Chair Moore, we can begin whenever.
Okay, I believe you're the lead right now, Mr. Russell.
Oh, okay. I guess we can do that. So let's take roll call.
All right, thank you. This is Mary. I can go ahead and take the roll call. So we have Board Member Moore.
Here.
Board Member Six.
Here.
Board Member Anderson. Here. Board Member Block.
Here.
Board Member Noon.
Here.
Board Member Olson.
Here.
And Board Member Whalen.
And here.
All right, thank you. We have a quorum.
Moving on to our next item, item A on the agenda would be the election of chair and vice chair. So I believe that is done via straw vote.
Mr. Chair, I think you are doing a fine job, and I don't see any reason why you shouldn't continue with your honorable flair and wisdom.
Flair and wisdom.
So I would nominate you to continue as chair.
Second the nomination.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. If there's anybody else that's interested, I wouldn't want to stand in anybody's way if they're interested. So.
Take a vote.
I guess that's what we would do.
All right, I'll go ahead and start the roll call vote. So we have Board Member Six.
Yes.
Board Member Anderson.
Yes.
Board Member Block.
Yes.
Board Member Noon.
Yes.
Board Member Olson.
Yes.
Board Member Whalen.
Yes vote for youth and beauty.
And Board Member Moore.
Yes.
All right, so the motion carries.
So to wrap up my chair duties, I guess, let's vote for vice chair.
I nominate Mr. Six as vice chair.
Second the nomination.
I will accept.
Okay. So any other interested parties? No. Okay, let's take our vote.
All right, thank you. I'll start with Chair Moore.
Yes.
Board Member Anderson.
Yes.
Board Member Block.
Yes.
Board Member Noon.
Yes.
Board Member Olson.
Yes.
Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
And Board Member Six.
Yes.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, then that means we can move on to item B, which is the appointment for consent review representatives and subcommittees. We can start with consent review. As you recall, last year we tried to break it up so we had a relatively fair distribution of time requirement. So if anybody has a interest in the, I guess, first 2-month period. Isn't that correct, Mr. Russell? It's kind of a 2-month period.
That's correct, Mr. Chair. And you can, I think other boards space out their timing a little differently. So if you want to keep this same timing, you can. You can also adopt maybe a period approach to 3-period approach to these appointments as well, but you're not set in stone.
Okay. So it looked like last year we did myself, Mr. Whalen, January and February, and then July, August, and then Olson Noon, March, April, September, October. So if does anybody have any issues with that particular schedule?
Mr. Chair, I will be out significant portion of May.
Okay,
So I am going to be out a couple of times in July and August. I would take May. I think I'm going to be in town May and March. So if that happened to work with any other buddies' schedules.
okay. It'd be nice if it was just a clean swap for both months.
Yeah,
Well, let's see how that would work. What are yours? Are Mr. Six are
my problematic is May and June.
okay. So if you would trade with March and April.
March and April, yes, I can.
Okay, I think this assumes we'll all probably need some relief in some way during a 2-month period that when we might miss.
Sure.
So, I'm willing to, this is an easy change for me.
Okay,
Okay, great.
also for me.
Anybody else with scheduling issues? No? Okay. So, Mr. Russell, is that clear?
If I understand that correctly, Six and Olson would swap for the month of May and June. Olson would take May and June, and then Six would take March and April.
That's correct.
Okay.
And
So
And-
we can,
will you send out that reference so that we can all see that by email?
sure.
Okay. And then, Mr. Black, of course, you're the
Yep,
on deck for various landscape
yep,
duties. Okay, appreciate that.
really.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, now various committee members. Do we need a sign committee member?
Yes, for our guidelines, we do need an alternate member just in case.
I see one of the sign committee members is not available.
It's very rare. I don't think
Yeah.
in my time staffing, we had any reason for an ABR member to be there, maybe once or twice, but very rare.
I can take the alternate if you want. Mrs. Olson.
Great. All right, we have Mr. Olson as a sign committee alternate member.
So just for clarification, Chair Moore, we don't need an alternate, I guess. This open space, we just need an appointed member.
Oh, okay.
So if we want to leave it as Black, we can. But
Fine, I'm happy to do it. I haven't had to do it in the last year, so
Sounds like an easy assignment.
yes,
Okay. So,
I can continue. if you
okay,
like.
then let's
Whoever.
leave Mr. Black in there unless Mr. Olson is itching to get
No,
some time on sign
I have
committee.
I do not have that itch.
All right, so Mr. Black it is. All right. Moving on to subcommittees and Highway 101. I think it makes sense to try and keep those players involved
Yeah,
unless those players are not interested
Nope,
or
No.
unavailable.
I'm good.
I'm good.
Okay. And Mr. Olson, are you still interested in the Visual Arts and Public Places Committee?
Yes, yes.
Okay, Mr. Black?
Yep,
Okay, great. Design Awards has gone sort of dormant
Yes, it
for the most
has.
part. But I'm happy to move myself up to the appointed person, just in case it comes back.
Okay.
And if anybody's interested in being the alternate, speak now.
Sure, I'll volunteer for that.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Whalen. So Whalen is alternate to Design Awards. And then the Residential Multi-Unit Objective Design Standards Subcommittee, is that going to be meeting at all in the future?
Oh,
That
yeah.
was,
Uh,
that
Yeah,
was-
I think it's going strong if I'm is going strong right now.
Okay,
And myself and
Yeah, I'm involved too.
huh?
I'm involved as well, am I not?
Yes.
okay, yeah, because I think we've got the wrong names in there right now. So it's myself and Watkins. So let's update that. So residential multi-unit objective design standards subcommittee is 6 and Black.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And then the floor area ratio working group, that's the one that hasn't really done much in some time.
I don't think, I think it's dormant. I don't think it's there anymore.
Mr. Chair, if I may jump in, Ellen Kirkinda, there will be more conversations at council and updates. There's nothing scheduled at the moment to pull together the FAR working group, but there may be. I just want to put it out there, but nothing at the moment.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to stay on that.
So am I.
Okay, and is anybody interested in an alternate position?
I'll do it.
Great. Ms. Anderson is the alternate. Okay, and then the ad hoc subcommittees, Highway 101, we had Black and 6. Is that still
Yes.
Yes.
the way we want it? Okay, great. Sign ordinance review. Mr. Olson, is that,
Yes.
you want to stay there? Okay. And then architectural details is not needed at this time, it looks like.
Mr. Chair, is there anybody outside of the ABR motivation behind this architectural details committee, or is that was an internal desire that's kind of dropped its interest? I thought it was internal.
I believe it was.
And do we need to still see it? Or should we just keep it here to keep us reminding if we indeed need to come back to it?
Yeah, I don't recall, Mr. Russell, if you want to chime in.
I can look into it and get
Yeah.
back to you.
I think it was, gosh, I remember maybe it was when Mr. Witosh was around on the board. It was some interest of his and ours, I guess.
I think we're doing fine without it.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's leave it there. We can revisit.
Mr. Chair, I think you skipped over an alternate for the residential multi-unit objective design standards to replace Mr. Watkins.
I can fill in there. I'm not filling anywhere else, so I can.
Okay,
do that.
all right. Got Mr. Noon then as the alternate for the multi-unit objective design standards subcommittee. Okay, is that it? We wrap this up.
I believe so. I think we should just take a roll call vote for confirming everyone's roles.
Okay, let's do that.
Yes. Can we also get a first and a second for the motion to approve the subcommittee appointments?
I'll make a motion for the appointees as agreed, as discussed.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Black. Let's take our vote.
All right, thank you. I'll start with Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Anderson,
Yes.
Board Member Block,
Yes.
Board Member Noon,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
and Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And moving on to item C, which is public comment. Any member of the public may address the board on anything in our jurisdiction that is not on today's agenda for up to 2 minutes. And you can follow the instructions on screen to alert staff that you would like to make a comment.
Yes, thank you, Chair Moore and board members. At this time, I can see several members of the public in attendance. If you'd like to make a general public comment, please click the raise your hand icon and I will call on you. All right, so at this time, it doesn't look like we have anyone wishing to speak on general public comment, and we didn't receive any written correspondence, so I'll turn it over back to you, Chair Moore.
Okay, thank you. We'll close general public comment. We'll go on to item D, which is approval of the minutes from January 10th, 2022. You can have those up. Okay,
I'll make a motion for approval.
I'll
Second.
second.
all right. Any discussion? No? Okay, let's take our vote.
All right, I'll go ahead and start the roll call vote. We have Chair Moore.
I will abstain.
All right, thank you. Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Anderson,
Yes.
Board Member Block,
Yes.
Board Member Nunes,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
and Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
All right, and now the consent calendar for the 18th. We had,
Move we accept as presented.
all right. Do we have a second?
Second.
Under discussion,
Yes.
I think that Mr. Black worked so hard that I think he should be listed as a member and present on all these things, every time he is.
Sure, that would be good to have.
I mean, he should
The
get
members
credit, and if he should get credit, and if we're sued, he should be part of the party.
All right. Sign him up for that. Okay.
We assume that that would be included in his pay.
There you go.
Right. We don't want to get shorted
Thank you.
his paycheck. Okay. If there's no more discussion, let's take our vote.
All right, thank you. I'll start with Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Anderson,
Yes.
Board Member Block,
Yes.
Board Member Noon,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
and Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
All right, motion carries.
All right. And then today's consent minutes, 24th. If we could just look through them really quickly before we make our vote. And actually, Mr. Russell, in the past, the ABR facilitator would read the comments just so that was in the record.
So today on consent, we had a continued item for 513 De La Vina Street. This project was continued 2 weeks to consent with comments regarding landscaping and some awnings that were added to some exterior elevations. We wanted to increase those plant sizes there. Item B, 401 Shoreline Drive was a continued item for final approval. The applicant was not present, but final approval was still granted. There was a comments to replace FX3 lighting fixtures located on the north elevation with FX1 lighting fixtures, which were less intense of a lighting fixture. Then item C, the last item of the day, was 3759 State Street. This was a new item going for project design and final approval. PDA and final approval were granted with the following comments of compatibility analysis findings. And that was it, Chair Moore.
Great. All right, do we have a motion for approval?
Move we accept those as presented.
All right, first by Olson,
Second.
second by Mr. Black.
I have under discussion.
Great.
On item A number 2, I don't think we said 2 awnings. I thought we just said add awnings to that elevation, the creek elevation. Mr. Six, do you remember?
Yeah, the only awnings we needed them at are the entries. So
Okay.
add awnings to the 2 entries at the creek elevation would be more correct.
We can add that change.
Great. Is that acceptable to the maker of the motion and the seconder?
Yes.
Looks like Mr. Olson.
Yes.
Great. Okay, if that's it, then let's take our vote.
All right, I'll start with Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Anderson,
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Noon,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
and Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
Right. Now we're on to announcements, requests by applicants, future agenda items, and appeals. If we have anything. From staff or otherwise.
No announcements from staff, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Any subcommittee reports? I don't imagine so right now. Okay. Great. Well, if we're doing okay on time, we can move on to the first item. All right. So item number 1, this is 36 East Montecito Street. This is a new item, a concept review, and is a proposed tenant improvement for the existing commercial building. The project includes renovations to the building, reconfiguration of the parking lot, new landscaping, and new outdoor area. The project requests consideration of an alternative landscaping design to provide relief for the existing site constraints. The project requires planning commission approval of a coastal development permit. No final appealable decision will be made at this hearing, and the project requires compliance with the project compatibility findings and the urban design guidelines. Okay, we have our applicant here, it looks like.
Yes.
All right. If you could introduce yourselves, and then I don't know if we have, before we jump in, I don't know if we have our timer set up yet.
Mr. Chair, Ellen Kokenda, I know that will be timing the applicant presentation, the 15-minute timer. We are still looking at options for how to get it on screen for you all, so it's easier for board members to review.
Okay, thank you. So, hopefully he can alert you as we're approaching 15 minutes.
Cool.
It'll help us stay on schedule.
Excellent.
Give a 10-minute reminder.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Will. Great. Well, thank you, everyone. My name is Jared DeGansey with Anacapa Architecture. Thank you again for your time to discuss our project at 36 East Montecito. Our project is a corn shell wine tasting room where we're reutilizing an existing building and site that used to be a previous car rental agency. It's been vacant for a little while though now. If you could please jump to page number 2 and zoom in on the map at the bottom right-hand corner just to orient everyone quickly. Our property site, it says 34th East Montecito Street, but it's 36 East Montecito. It's the northern end of the Funk Zone, just south of the 101 on the corner of East Montecito Street and Anacapa Street. The site itself is about 10,100 square feet with a mostly flat site. If you could jump to page 5, please. We can just quickly look at the survey. Again, as mentioned, it's just an existing building. It's about 1,140 square feet building, 10,000 square foot site. There's a few curb cuts, which we'll see a little bit better on the existing site plan. If you could jump to page 6, please. Mind zooming out. Here's just a few photos of the existing site. The image at the top left, an aerial with our project site on the very bottom center, showing the greater Funk Zone context. As mentioned, the building's about 1,100 square feet. It's a mid-century style building previously used as an Avis car rental. The current facade is a mix of painted board and batten, wood siding, exposed brick, and then some large storefront systems with some older garage doors on the west facade. If you go to the next page, please, we can look at some of the surrounding context. These are some of the immediate locations around the project. On the bottom right, there's a map, but I can kind of run you through the top row. These are all on the east side of Anacapa Street. So when you're looking to the east from our project site, you'll see on the left-hand side, you can see a bit of the freeway, and there you've got the Pond Supply Store, and then a few additional commercial business buildings set back with some parking in front on the image on the right. And then on the second row down, this is again on Anacapa Street, but this is now facing west. So you can see there's a mix. There's there's a restaurant space. There's a market and maker space with also an old bookshop that's been closed. And then on the third row down, this is a little bit more on the periphery on Anacapa. You can see there's the winery, the Oriana Winery space with outdoor dining. And then there's also the shopkeeper space with some green growing up the side. And then image number 9, this is actually the building directly adjacent to our site, Spearmint Rhino. It shares property lines to the west. And then on the bottom 2 images, these 2 numbers 11 and 10, you can better see on the map. This is at the intersection, a little bit south of the site. And so it's largely commercial spaces, wineries, businesses, some restaurant spaces all around the site with Spearmint Rhino next door and then the Pond Supply on the other side of the street. Go to page 8, please. And so this is the existing site plan. Right now, what you'll see is there's actually a series of curb cuts existing. So there's about 4 existing curb cuts, 2 off of Montecito and 2 off of Anacapa. One of them being shared with 227 Anacapa Avenue on the south. And that space is actually an open parking lot, which is used as a general parking area. Right now, the site currently, it's got parking along the west and north side of the site, surrounding the buildings, mostly asphalt and concrete, very little plantings. There's a small planter with 3 palms on the north. And then on the south end of the site, there's a large Brazilian pepper tree and 2 juniper trees. And then there's also an existing Brazilian pepper tree in the island. Now, if you could please go to page 9. And so this is our updated proposed site plan. And so with our new design, first thing you'll notice is we're removing 3 of the existing curb cuts because they're no longer necessary for the function of the site. And we're also going to be updating this existing curb cut to meet all accessibility and driving standards. And then we'll also be updating the corner of the site as well to meet accessibility standards. In an effort to address the city's parking and planting standards, the chapter 28.90.05 section, specifically landscape lighting, the perimeter planting requirements, we are proposing to add a 3'6" deep planter on the East Montecito site with a 6-inch thick, 42-inch tall site wall along that side. And so the municipal code actually requires a 5-foot deep planter with a 42-inch site wall between both parking lots and adjacent streets, and then also between parking lots and adjacent buildings. And so on this property and this property line is where the code is requiring us to do a 5-foot wall. I'm sorry, 5-foot deep planter. But due to the limited conditions of the existing site, we're trying to use the existing building, keeping the shell of it the same, and then also at the same time meet all parking drive aisle and parking space requirements. We'd like to request from the design review board a variance essentially in the requirements listed. And so that section, I can quote that very quickly. That section says the ABR may reduce or waive the requirement regarding the 5-foot planting where alternative landscaping and designs are presented that result in landscaping and designs that are equally effective. And so in lieu of showing a 5-foot deep planter along the side of the parking lot between the street and parking lot and between building and parking lot, what we're proposing is a smaller version of that planter, that 3'6" with the site wall, but then also additionally, we're proposing to add 3 more street planters in addition to the existing one, which is right here, to help increase the amount of green and soften that transition between the streets. And then alternatively, since there's very little space between this site and our site, in order to keep drive aisle and parking size requirements feasible, what we're proposing instead is to do a very large planter. It's about 18.5 feet by 13.5 feet planter on that corner to really soften any sort of perceiving of the site from the Montecito side street. And so for the building itself, we're proposing only cosmetic upgrades. And so this is why we're trying to really work with the existing site and the limiting factors between the sidewalk and the building and the property line and the building. Other proposed site plan improvements in addition to those are a new access ramp here to this elevated curb, which you saw in some of the photos, and then also a new patio. Exterior patio area on the right-hand side, utilizing the site to create a majority of the seating, having a fire pit, a bocce court, and some large picnic tables where you'll be surrounded with above ground planters and trees. Regarding the existing site trees, this will be remaining and this will also be remaining. The palm trees, the existing palm trees that were previously here in the island, in order to make our parking lot work with parking lot standards, we're proposing to remove that. We're also proposing to remove the 2 juniper trees here. And then there's also the large Brazilian tree here that we're proposing to remove. Right now, it's currently lifting up the roots or lifting up the asphalt, making the access to the existing trash area inaccessible. And so just to essentially fix that, we're going to propose removing that tree. And then proposing to adding a new tree here, new trees here, and then 3 new trees here to match the existing magnolia tree. If you could jump to the next page, please. And am I okay on time? I'm trying to go pretty quick here.
You have 5 more minutes remaining.
Okay, awesome. Here we've got the floor plan. On the left-hand side, we have the existing floor plan, and on the right-hand side, we have the proposed new floor plan. And so again, showing the proposed patio area where the majority of the seating for that wine tasting room is going to be. We're not changing the footprint of the existing building. We are making some exterior upgrades to windows, which you'll better see in the elevations, both on north and south side of the building, along with the 2 garage doors, which need updating. And then inside, we're adding a small kitchenette space a small office area. We're adding another restroom per restroom requirements and making both of them ADA accessible. And then on the inside of that main current garage space, we're proposing to have a smaller bar area that'll act as a retail area, and then also a small seating space where people can sit with the bartenders pouring the wine in the middle of that space. If you go to page 11, please. So here is the existing elevations on the left-hand side and the proposed elevations on the right-hand side. As you guys saw in the earlier photos, the existing structure is a mix of red brick veneer and brown painted siding with some large areas of existing glass and garage doors. With our update, we're proposing to essentially give the building a new coat of paint where the body of all the wood siding will be painted white, trim getting black, and then we're proposing the existing brick areas to get a whitewash. So not to completely wash away the texture of the brick, we wanted, instead of a paint, we're going with a wash to bring down the contrast of that brick, but then kind of help it tone, bring the tone all down to a level where it doesn't stick out too much. And then you'll see the perimeter planters we're adding around that patio shown as a black steel with plants acting as a softening agent from the street to the building, but then also creating a nice, more private space for that patio area. If you could jump to the next page, please. Here are just some images of the materials that we're thinking about. So again, on the top right, whitewash brick, so you still have a texture of the material without the large contrast. Image on the left, some white painted siding, specifically the existing board and batten. A glazing system will be similar to this image in the middle with a dark frame, clear glass, and same as the garage door on the bottom. Again, just proposing infilling the existing garage door with a newer glass garage door. Asphalt shingle will remain as is. The decomposed granite image on this right-hand side is what we're proposing for the patio space. And with a bocce court and then steel planters similar to this will be a black painted steel planter with vegetation growing up for screening. And then the folding door, which was on the north side of the space, would be similar to the other window systems, just a black frame, clear glazing, and then an outdoor fire pit reminiscent of this image down below. You can go to the next page, please. And then finally, these are some just 3D axonometrics of what we're envisioning for the project. And so this image on the top left is with Montecito and the freeway to our back. And so we're looking into that space. So this would be entry for the kitchen space and then entry to the main wine area, painting all the walls white, trim getting black, and then the brick getting a white finish. And so then we've got other angles from the northwest corner on the top right, southwest corner on the bottom left, southwest corner on the bottom right. And then on the last page, it's a similar version as a study to see if we kept the brick, if you want to go to that final page, as that red. But we thought with that study, we found it to be less contrasting and cleaner if we made the brick a whitewash as proposed on that previous page 13. But we just wanted to show that just to let the board know that it's been studied and we've looked at it trying to see if we could keep it, but we found it ultimately better to be that all white like page 13. So and that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, we will open public comment. Anybody from the public would like to address the board regarding this specific project, you can follow the instructions on the screen and raise your hand.
All right, yes, thank you, Chair Moore and board members. So at this time, if any member of the public would like to speak on this item, please click on the raise your hand icon and I will go ahead and call on you. While we wait, I can go ahead and confirm that we didn't receive any written correspondence for this item. And I still don't see any hands raised, so I'll turn it over back to you, Chair Moore.
All right, let's close public comments and go on to questions from the board. Who'd like to start?
Oh, hang on.
Quick question, Chair Moore.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Mann.
I think you mentioned the planting material along the sidewalk. Yeah, that picture's perfect. The dark, is that painted steel?
Correct, yes. Yeah, we're gonna have that black painted steel, those planter boxes.
Could we ask Mr. Noon to come closer to his speaker?
Sure. My question was about the material of the planters, the wall of the planter, that 42-inch high wall along the sidewalk, if it was painted steel.
Oh, I'm sorry. You actually cannot see that wall in these views. If you want to jump to the site plan, that I believe was page 9. With that site wall, it would be painted black, but the idea with that is, so this green area that we're showing here is actually an in-ground planter. So that will be flush with the grade, but then to help meet the perimeter parking standards for planters, we are proposing a 42-inch wall here. That would likely be, it'd probably be a CMU wall that's going to get a parge coat and then receive a black paint that would simulate visually the same connection of those steel planters, but the wall itself wouldn't be steel.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, who's next? Mr. Whalen, go ahead.
Yes, one question. On this site plan on to the south, if you will, it lists 227 Anacapa Street. Is that not an alley with parking that will remain?
Correct. It is. It's a separate site, and it's right now it's an alleyway. It's its own site, and that right now is currently being used as parking.
All right, thank you. That's my only question.
Mr. Black, go ahead.
The question, is there any reason why you can't have sort of a landscape strip, you know, where up there at the corner where the handicap stall is, have the landscape sort of wrap around?
Continue this way.
Yeah.
We've pulled that back just from a visibility standpoint, but
if the planting was low enough, I just think it'd be a nice edge there, green.
Okay, understood. Yeah, I think in terms of, I don't think there'd be any limitations, my understanding, in terms if we kept that low.
Yeah, that's all.
Okay, Mr. Six?
Yes, thank you. Is the 12 spaces the absolute minimum that you need, or can you reduce one space, eliminate more spaces for more landscape?
We've developed this based on, so with the parking count is determining the number of patrons allowed in the space, and to benefit the tenant to kind of their maximum potential, we're trying to maximize the number of parking spaces so we can allow occupants of the most amount of patrons for the business.
Okay. Then in regards to the screen wall at the front of the property along Montecito Street, is there a way to have planting minimal planting in front of that wall between sidewalk and wall, as opposed to having the wall right against the sidewalk?
I'll have to, I think there is that potential, because right now the parking spaces are sized such that they don't rely on extending over the planter. I'm just taking a look at the code to see if there's actually any.
Well, you don't have to answer. It's a maybe, right?
Yes, it's a maybe. Yes, it could.
Yeah, and then for some reason, I remember reviewing this a while back, and there was, I think one of the comments was there any way to get even a minimal planter to soften that Montecito elevation in front of the Montecito front elevation, where that, what is that, a 2-foot curb or something there between
this area? difficult just because right now we're trying to use the existing curb cut. We do need to make some upgrades to it just to meet slope and accessibility requirements, but we're actually then proposing to infill this area so you have proper accessibility, turning radius and depth for that entry into that door. Being that I think we can potentially look at putting a planter in this space. It might be a little bit smaller than some of these others, but that could be a potential.
Yeah, good. Oh, and a very other minor thing, I noticed on the existing photographs, there's little corbels on the column, the columns meeting the beams. Are you're removing those, correct?
Could you jump, just so I can see that could you jump to the image sheet on page 6? Just so I can see. We had not intended to remove those. You're talking about in the bottom center image and these items here.
Yeah.
It's not something that we'd indicated for removal. I think on the image, on the 3D images, it was just something that not added. But the intent is to really minimize the amount of intervention to the exterior, and so we would keep those and paint them.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, Ms. Anderson?
Yes. Is the existing trash enclosure, are you doing any upgrades to that or leaving it as is?
We will be updating that because right now the existing wall itself is kind of falling apart, and the roots of that zone have really uprooted that to where it's not incredible. It's not accessible and it's not very flat for function. So we'll have to be rebuilding that space, that wall enclosure.
Okay. And do you plan to match the site wall, or do you plan to match the building?
I think with that, it'd probably be matching that site wall. And so we'd be using like a CMU wall enclosure with a plaster coating or a coat just to soften that and then paint that black.
And then one last question, is the driveway a one-way or is it two-way?
Right now it's actually sized to where you can go both directions, because what we've done is we've intentionally made it such that if this 227 Anacapa does ever get built, that you can still operate and you can turn and go out the same direction. And so that's again why these have been sized how they are and why we've kind of been limited with our options for the planting.
Okay, those are my questions.
Okay, anyone else?
No questions.
Okay. So if we could zoom in on the kind of the bocce ball court and the new tree over there in the corner. So there's the property line next to the property with the parking lot, and then there's a gap, and then there's a wall, or what's that white?
Yeah, right now
line
this wall is essentially, it's a fire curb. Right now this white area is existing, and it's just a curb between the two properties, and it's a painted red fire curb on the other side.
Okay. So then immediately behind that, you have your steel planter, and that runs all the way around the corner.
Correct.
All the way to the driveway entrance. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, there's a break here for accessibility and there's a break here for accessibility, but yes, it's continuous.
Okay. Is there, I guess similar to Vice Chair Six's comment on the site wall along the, what is that? Montecito Street. Is there a way to, I understand the need for the 42-inch high barrier.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a reason that planter is a particular width, and can that planter get set back so it's not set directly on the sidewalk?
So this is supposed to be 5 feet, and we've had to keep it at 3'6" in order to meet the requirements of getting a 17'6" deep parking space with a 16-foot drive aisle. And the property line is here. Sorry, it's a poor line. It's overlapping with that site wall. So we're trying to, maintaining within that property and also maintaining the amount of parking drive aisle width and space relative to this existing curb.
Mhm.
We're maxing that out. And so we really don't have room to make that larger.
Okay, my question actually had more to do with the steel planters along Anacapa Street and then the parking lot. Because those are also set right on the sidewalk as well, correct?
Oh, yeah. Yes, correct. Yes, those could be set back. I think with the limitations of the bocce court, this side of 227 is a little tight. But here, I think, right now we've got a perimeter planter here. We could look at reducing the width of this and then setting those back.
Mhm. Okay. You did mention, going back to the Montecito Street side, you did mention that you're not taking advantage of the overhanging space on those parking spaces, numbers 1 through 7.
Correct. Yes, these are sized independently of that.
So you've got flexibility there to move that site wall around.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Those are my questions. Anybody else follow up? No? Okay. Let's go to comments. If we could. Would anyone like to start? Vice Chair Six, go ahead.
Yeah, I did you drive down the freeway all the time, but I took a Google's map again of that area. And I have a general concern about, most of the architecture addressing the freeway that says this is Santa Barbara is either, it's not great Spanish architecture, but it kind of blends or is harmonious with the Spanish vernacular. And I find this design very contemporary. It's appropriate for the eclectic part of the center of the funk zone. But I don't know what others feel, but I feel there's a little, I'm concerned about creeping into this, I wouldn't call it a gateway, but it is significant, the architecture along the freeway and that says this is Santa Barbara, to have such a contemporary look. I don't think there's anything else up and down the freeway here that speaks to this very contemporary black and white steel planters and so forth. So I have a concern. I don't know how others feel, but I have a concern about it. And my other minor comments are that it would seem, as I indicated in my questions, that, again, it may be appropriate for streamlined, modern, and clean lines, but I think setting back these walls and planters from the sidewalk edge and introducing at least pockets of vegetation against the face of those walls. Maybe to explore some of these spaces as compact and therefore get significant setback or variations, at least in the wall. And, and again, the black painted wall and the black steel again reinforce my concern about the contemporary design. Those are my comments.
Okay, Mr. Olson, go ahead.
I think that Mr. Six's comments are somewhat inconsistent with other allowances we've made for projects in the funk zone as to their adherence to some of the architectural standards that we use in other parts of Santa Barbara. But I do think that that perhaps the applicant could tone down the contrast, perhaps from bright white and black, and to perhaps he could address Mr. Six's comments with color change.
Okay. Mr. Black, go ahead.
Yeah, I would agree with Mr. Olson's comments. In general, I think this is a really nice project. I mean, when you look at what's there now, it's just an old dilapidated building and a lot of pavement, pretty much all.
Mhm.
But I mean, this is a significant improvement, and I think it's really, I think it's going to be nice when it's completed. Short of some of the moving the walls here and there, but I think in general, I think it's a nice project.
Okay, Mr. Whalen.
Yes, thank you, Chair. First of all, I want to thank Mr. DeGanci for a really clear and well-explained project. I especially appreciated the little red notes about the item was that you were talking about. We've never had that before, and it really facilitated our understanding. The design is very clear. The decisions are well made. It seems to fit in well with that motif that the funk zone seems to be taking on. But be that as it may, I'm going to switch camps here with Mr. Six in that all the other three adjacent buildings all have a red tile roof and stucco. They all portend to elements that bespeak of the Santa Barbara style. And this, especially with its black and white, rather severe style, which is contemporary and, as Mr. Black said, very well done. It doesn't seem to me to fit within the neighborhood, and that perhaps some different toning of the paint colors. I'm not a big fan of painting brick, but I will turn my glance aside because I realize what you're trying to achieve here. And especially off-putting to me are the black steel planters, which again are very elegant and contemporary, but seem to me to be off-putting for what you're trying to achieve in this neighborhood, which is going to be a pedestrian identity. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Anderson?
Yes, I also think it's a good project, and I think the applicant can study breaking up the long runs of the walls and the planters. And I think that will help with the engagement at the sidewalk. I think the contemporary style is fine. I don't think it needs to be a Spanish style. Even though you're driving by on the freeway, I don't think it needs to be Spanish style or even reflect the same colors. The Oriana Winery down the road, they just repainted that all white and black. So it would be very similar to that. So I think, yeah, in general, it's great, and they can study some additional planter locations and breaking up those walls.
Okay. Mr. Noon?
Yeah, thank you. I'm not going to be able to add much more than what's already been said. I do agree that it's well presented. I support the contemporary design. I also agree that painting brick is not a great idea, but under this circumstance, the whitewash is probably appropriate. I like the help of showing the two different, the red and the white. So now, having taken these comments, if you were to change the idea of the color scheme, the brick is nice, but if you stay with the white, then I think the way you have it's appropriate, the whitewash. And then same thing about the walls and the parking. Maybe just restudy the parking and see how you can adjust that to maybe soften up those walls a little bit.
All right, thank you. Mr. Olson.
Just back on this color changes, I wonder if the applicant might consider Corten steel instead of the black painted steel, that might.
It's something that we thought, but I think our concern was just the contrast between what we're proposing with the black trim and the existing asphalt roof, but also the runoff from the Corten steel and just the rust because it is on the sight line, there's potential for that to bleed onto the sidewalk.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Olson, you kind of cut out there at the end. Do you have anything else to add?
No, I think I was finished.
Okay. I guess, so if everyone else is done, my comments are mostly concerned about the impact to the public when we, I think the design, the building and all that is fine. I think my issue is just where the site elements are, and as they push out to the limit and at the sidewalk, I think that's a little bit too much. And I think that needs to be restudied to give a little bit of a buffer. So it's not a severe, immediate transition. So I would suggest restudying to add some landscaping in front of those barriers, or restudying the barriers themselves, and trying to reduce as much as possible the uninterrupted lengths of those site elements. So it's not just a continuous unbroken plane. Okay, anything else to add?
I certainly support that last issue there that you mentioned, Mr. Moore. I think that's important about those long expanses of steel.
Okay, thank you. Would someone like to make a motion? We had sort of it seems like we had a little bit of a division amongst board members about who is supportive of the current design with the color scheme and who thought it could use a little bit of study. So I'm interested to see who would like to craft a motion based on their opinion.
Mr. Chair, I sense that I was in the minority on my concerns about the contemporaneous of the materials of the site and the colors. So I would defer to have someone else make a motion.
Okay.
Is this just for comments, or what are we making a motion for?
Oh, this would just be that's a good question for staff. Is this a continuance? Is there action taken today?
No, this would just be a concept review item. So no appealable decision would be made. We just find that, yeah, no appealable decision will be made at this hearing. So.
Okay. So I guess, yeah, it would be continuance, and I guess whomever makes a motion, the applicant was interested in the alternative landscape design. It'd be beneficial to have something in there regarding that, an opinion on that.
All right, I can try to make a motion.
Before we jump in there, I think it'd be helpful for staff to get a little bit of verbiage about that alternative landscape design. We understand that there's the 42-inch tall wall requirement and a 5-foot planter depth, I believe, and that's at property lines facing the street.
And buildings, correct. Yeah.
And buildings, okay.
When they're directly adjacent, yeah.
Okay, so that's a fairly significant piece of this project. Sorry, Ms. Anderson, you're about to start.
I will attempt.
Okay.
I move for an indefinite continuance with the following comments. On the site plan, the applicant shall study the interaction between the steel planters and the site wall with the adjacent sidewalk, and introduce, if possible, a landscape buffer between the sidewalk and the landscape and the walls. 2, to study breaking the linear and continuous planters and walls so that it's not continuous. 3, to study the parking to see if they can add in additional landscaping on the Montecito Street and at the north side of the building. 4, that we accept the contemporary style for the funk zone area. And then 5, regarding the alternative landscape, that we accept the reduction of the planters along the property line facing both Montecito and Anacapa Street, as long as they study introducing them between the sidewalk and walls. And is that number 5? Number 6, no, I'll just end it with 5.
Okay. Do we have a seconder?
I'll second.
Okay, second by Mr. Olson. Any discussion?
Under discussion.
Go ahead.
Yes. Mr. Six, go ahead.
Yes, could in the just in the motion regarding setting the perimeter wall back in along Montecito, could we say that perhaps study using the reduced depths of compact spaces to facilitate those setbacks at portions of the length?
Mr. Six, I think at this point, being early in the concept review,
Okay.
I think it's okay just to say study.
Okay.
For a lot of these elements.
Yeah.
And it's the designer's job to do that and come back to us with their response.
Great. The applicant has heard us.
I think we could add for that alternative landscape that we appreciate the additional landscape pockets along Montecito Street, if that would help.
The tree wells.
Tree wells, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And the elimination of the driveways.
Yeah.
Okay. Where would you like to add those? Which points would you like to add those into?
That can be number 6.
Okay. Okay. We should probably read that back.
Sure, no problem. So the motion is to continue the project indefinitely with the following comments. Number 1, on the site plan, the applicant shall study the interaction between the steel planters and the sidewall with the adjacent sidewalk. Introduce a possible buffer between the sidewalk and the walls. Number 2, study breaking up the linearity and provide in continuous planters and walls. Number 3, study parking to see if additional landscaping can be provided at Montecito Street and the north side of the building. Number 4, the contemporary style proposed is acceptable for the funk zone area. And number 5, regarding the alternative landscape waiver, the board accepts the reduction of the planters along the property line facing Montecito Street and Anacapa Street, as long as the applicant studies introducing them between the sidewalk and the walls. And the board appreciates the additional tree wells along Montecito Street and the elimination of the driveways. And it was made by Anderson and seconded by Olson.
Ms. Anderson, would you, rather than saying the board accepts the landscape, alternative landscape, perhaps at this stage, it's best to say the board is supportive of the alternative landscape, since they haven't quite got there with the actual layout, but in concept, I think we're supportive of that.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Is everything else to your satisfaction?
Yes.
Okay. All right, well, let's take our vote, please.
All right, I can go ahead and take a roll call vote. I'll start with Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
No.
Board Member Anderson,
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member New,
Yes.
and Board Member Olson,
Yes.
and Board Member Whalen.
No.
All right, thank you. The motion carries.
Okay, Mr. Six and or Vice Chair Six and Mr. Whalen, if you want or you would like, you're welcome to let us know why you were not in favor of the motion.
Yes, I'm not in favor because I think the design, the colors are striving to be a contemporary, which is akin to, different from the immediate neighborhood, and are not appropriate for a gateway environment along the freeway, gateway to Santa Barbara.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, and to tear off of that, the design as proposed doesn't relate well to the adjacent buildings and structures, tying together in a more Santa Barbara style. And yes, that's all I have to add.
Okay, thank you. All right, we are ready for item number 2 then. Okay. And this is 1126 North Milpa Street. It's a new item for a one-time concept review, and is a proposal for ground-mounted solar panel installation behind the Santa Barbara Bowl. Project proposes to install 201 solar panels and 4 solar inverters. Again, this is a one-time pre-app consultation. No final appealable decision will be made at this hearing. We have our applicants.
I'm here.
Okay,
Sorry, you can't see me, I guess.
we can't see you.
Sorry.
Able to turn on your webcam, that'd be great.
Hang on a second, maybe we can do this. There we are.
There, all right. Okay, welcome. So before we jump in, I don't know if there's if you're gonna make the introduction, or if we have a city planner that's involved. But we want to try and limit your presentation to 15 minutes so we can stay on track.
I don't think
for
it should be.
our review. Okay, great. Go ahead.
So This is the final phase of a phase 2 project for solar installation at the Santa Barbara Bowl. Phase 1, 2 roof mounts over here on top of the overlook and the building that houses their spotlights. But in order to produce 100% of what the Santa Barbara Bowl consumes, we are installing on a hillside behind the stage, generally shielded by trees, 210 solar panels on 7 pole mounts, each pole mount holding 30 solar panels. So this is a copy of the site plan that we submitted to the county, which has building jurisdiction over the Santa Barbara Bowl. Just to give you an idea of the array, although in reality, it's going to be a single line of 7. This shows two arrays offset, but there's actually enough room by staying within the setbacks to have one line of 7 pole mounts. Let's go ahead a few. This is the electrical. These are the specs. This drawing here gives you an idea of the structural side of things. The pole mount consists of a 6-inch galvanized steel pole that's embedded in the ground approximately 6 or 7 feet, and then in the air approximately a little over 8 feet. It's a two pole configuration. At the top of the poles, there's a rack, and the rack holds 30 panels. Next. These are some photos I took. That one, unfortunately, is mislabeled. It says view looking east, but it's actually view looking south. But you can see the parking lot of the bowl in the distance. And this is the top of the hillside, and this is the leading edge of the array is here. I have some other pictures, if you want to keep going, that show it from other views. This is the view from where that person was standing looking back or looking north. And the array will start way back there and then come forward to the front edge. This is a picture of what a pole mount solar array looks like. So 2 poles and the frame, and then the panels attached to the frame. These are pictures that I took from various vantage points at the bowl. When you walk up the driveway to your seats, the proposed location is beyond those trees you see in the background there. This is from the parking lot, and this area up here is the front edge of where the array will be. It's actually pushed back about 10 feet from where the hillside flattens off a bit. Next. So again, from the parking lot, looking up, this right here is the flat part of the hillside where the array will be going, but it'll be hidden by trees, not visible from most of the parking lot, but the front top of pole mount will be visible from the parking lot. Next. There is a neighbor towards the back end of the parking lot, and this is the hillside here where the array will be installed, and he will be able to see a side view of the first top of pole mount array. Just another view from the same driveway. I am actually not quite sure where the array is. Here we go. This is the trolley, the trolley that takes people up, and so the array is located back here. So again, not that visible, but partially visible. And another location where the array will be back along here, hidden by these trees here. And
Sorry to
Mhm.
interrupt, Mr. Johnson. Do you have an aerial photo of the site?
the only one I have is the site plan and the permit package. I don't have a drone shot of it. The best I have, if we go back several, so this, but that's not what you're looking for, I'm sure.
Yeah, I was hoping we could get kind of an overall aerial, like a Google Earth view of the locations, just to
I
get a
think
better.
this is probably the
better
best
sense.
one that we have right here. It's not an aerial view, but this gives you the view from the leading edge in the foreground all the way back. If the first array would be right here, the last array would be right back here.
Yeah, unfortunately, we can't see where you're pointing.
Oh, you can't. I'm sorry. Okay, so there.
Somewhere there.
That's the end of the array, and then towards the front is the beginning of the array.
Okay. And I don't know if I'm speaking for everybody. I'm having a hard time orienting myself exactly where these things are in relation to the neighbors and all of that. So that's why I asked for an aerial.
Mr. Chair,
Right.
Yes.
I can pull up Google Maps if that's
Okay.
something.
That'd be
you
great.
prefer.
Great.
One moment.
And then perhaps, Mr. Russell, you could explain to Mr. Johnson about how to mark on the screen, if that's possible.
So Mr. Russell, I can answer that question. So we were a little bit surprised to see that someone could mark on the screen, and we have no idea how the last applicant was able to do that. So if Mr. Johnson would just, once Mr. Russell pulls it up, if you could just verbally let us know, and we will be able to point to it with the mouse. While Mr. Russell is pulling that up, I just want to point out to the board that this is a courtesy review. So it's a one-time pre-application, but because this is county property, it's not within the jurisdiction of the city of Santa Barbara. So this is a courtesy review, and just want to kind of put that in your minds as you're looking at this, and as Mr. Russell pulls up the Google Earth imagery.
There we go. So it's this green area. I'm sorry. No.
Mr. Russell, could you zoom in a little bit, and maybe you can just orient us where the street, kind of from the parking lot, and I'll have Mr. Johnson do that.
Yeah, here's the parking.
Well, this is the parking lot here. This is the slope part that we're not installing on. It's this area here.
He can't see your pointer.
Oh,
Yeah, you have
the
to
green area there.
explain.
That's the location where the solar panels are going.
Okay. Okay.
Very nice. So directly past the parking lot it slopes up, and then the green part here, it more or less flattens out. It's about a 10-degree slope in the darker green section there.
Okay. The question for staff. So if this is a kind of county project, did noticing go out to these neighbors?
Yes.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right. Do you have anything else you'd like to add, Mr. Johnson, at this time?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, go ahead. Our president and CEO is with me here.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Cecilia Villaseñor. The one thing that I just wanted to say that aesthetics is always important to us. So making things leveled and aligned with the property is very important to us. So we will do our best to make sure that it's aesthetically pleasing. and that it's, you know, it's just make it as look as we can, as good as we can.
Okay, thank you.
That's a nice
Thank you.
image.
That's a wonderful way to be able to look at Google. Thanks for that.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if we could leave this image up when we start our questions and things.
Yes, yes, for sure. Okay, with that, we need to open public comment. Is there anyone in the public that would like to address the board regarding this project? And you can follow the instructions on screen.
Yes, thank you, Chair Moore and board members. So at this time, if any member of the public would like to speak on this item, please click on the raise your hand icon and I can go ahead and call on you. All right, so at this moment, it looks like there aren't any raised hands and we didn't receive any written correspondence for this item. So I'll turn it over back to you, Chair Moore.
Okay, let's close public comment and go to questions from the board. Who would like to start? Vice Chair Six, go ahead.
Can we have that image back up again, please? The Google image. So as Chair Moore said, it's very difficult to connect the dots here with this image and the photographs. So one of the photographs was a view looking north. It looked like we were almost looking up a roadway or a pathway. Is that the brown above the green?
Just
Here,
above
or
where
is it-
that,
or
just
is it-
above where the arrow is now, I believe.
That's the beginning of the race, or I thought it was down here.
The photos were taken before the rain, so the grass was dead. These photos are, you know, all green. So it is the same area that you're looking at that is in this photo looks very new and green. Is that
Okay,
same
so-
location?
Okay, so where the cursor is now, if we move that over a little to the left, right there, that's kind of where the array starts.
Correct.
And then they are in line proceeding back into the background, correct?
But that only to that tree that you see there.
This one?
There's a
No.
little tree in the middle, a little bit lower.
That
Yeah,
one
right there.
That
Mhm.
one
Yeah, so that would be the upper end. Yes, that area.
Well, it seems like the graphic image of the plot plan, the arrays were in 3 groups and they were facing towards the left-hand side. It's entirely different than what you're describing now, where the solar, so they would be abreast, they would be side by side?
Correct. Or a single line of pole mounts. Once we
Okay.
went back up there and staked it out, we realized that we could have a single line of 7 pole mounts versus
Okay.
how
So
was it
they're-
initially shown on the site plan.
So they're abreast. Okay.
Correct.
I get it. Okay. Now, as long as I have the floor, could they be moved? Would there be any advantage of them moving them either to the right-hand side of this, where you pointed the cursor, or further into the background beyond that tree?
So further to the right, it's hard to tell, but it's a sloping hillside. So
Okay,
that would not work.
okay,
And there's actually not enough room beyond that tree to handle the width of the top of pole mount. We can't get any further back.
okay. And then my last question is why pole mounted and why that particular height? Could they be less high or even ground mounted or, yes?
Well, there's a few reasons. One, if we ground mount it, we would have to put a fence around it. But there are animals, including lots of deer that graze up there. So we wouldn't want to interfere with that.
I get it.
Plus you have trees. And so if a typical ground mount would get extremely shaded by the trees on the west side of that hillside.
I get it. Okay.
By putting a pole 6 feet up in the air, we allow deer to graze. We eliminate the need for a fence around it, and we are minimizing the impact of shade. There is still shade because late afternoon sun will shade the array, especially in the winter months.
All right. So if I understand it correctly, we would see the first side of the first one just from the parking lot.
Correct.
And then as we walk up to the upper parking lot along that drive to the right, we would
be shielded by the trees.
It's shielded by the trees.
Yeah.
Okay. And then there's just a few unfortunate neighbors that would see the backside of these from the east, correct?
There's a couple of houses from the east that would see a side view of the array, yes.
See what, excuse me?
They'll see the side view of the array. So they'll see the edge of the panels.
Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you.
I do want to say that the panels are made of non-reflective glass, so there's no issue with sunlight reflecting into people's eyes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Olson?
Yes. Did you say that this installation would provide 100% of the electric needs for the bowl?
That is correct. Based upon 2019 concert schedule, which is the most recent full year data that we have. Because of COVID, they were of course shut down in 2020 and only partially open in 2021.
Okay. This is not in the form of a question, but solar panels are in our future.
They are.
This is what we're going to need to begin to accept. And rather than considering how we should hide these panels, and I do not say that we should do what can be easily done, but rather than trying to hide them, they ought to be a prideful manner. I mean, this is a direction that we want to encourage. And this is a place that the public can recognize the effort that's been made by the bowl to do this. And so I have no questions of how they can further try to conceal these in any way that might diffuse their viability.
Well, actually, I'm of the exact same opinion.
Okay. Thank you.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. Anybody else with questions?
So I have one more question.
Okay.
I support what's being said. I just want it to be a beautiful installation. Are they going to be straight in line regardless of the curvature of the mound of the hill, or are they going to be, some of them be lower in order to be plumb with each other?
The goal will be that they're all going to be the exact same height. We're using, the poles that we're using come in standard lengths of 21 feet. So they'll go in the ground approximately 8 feet, and that'll give us plenty of latitude with the pole heights to ensure that the arrays are level.
So they're level with the crowning of the hill. They're not level with the world, with sea level.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. A question that I'm pondering is, There's obviously a reason, and it must be the cost of the pole mounting, but is there a reason that they aren't being installed in the parking lot as a canopy?
We looked at that early on, 2-3 years ago, but the bowl members that we work with preferred it to be up on the hillside.
Preferred it aesthetically or operationally, budget?
I think
How so?
possibly aesthetically, but certainly operationally. The proximity to the electric service lends itself nicely to being installed on the hillside. The electric service is right behind the stage. From the parking lot, it would be an extremely long trench over to the electric service, and very disruptive and very expensive, especially with the cost of wire these days.
Okay. All right, anyone else? Questions? No? Okay, let's go to our comments. If we could. Mr. Olson, do you want to lead us off?
Well, I think I made my comments and questions. My comments are that we should support this in any way that we can.
Okay. Anyone else?
Mr. Chair, I support this also. I would think that instead of a bird's line straight breast to breast, maybe it looks like the top of this hill is at a slight curvature. I don't know whether it is, but if there's a consideration to have them more in sympathy with the crown of the hill rather than geometrically straight, that might be a consideration. And I would think that, I don't know, we didn't mention color. The color of the understructure is?
It's aluminum. It's natural color.
Yeah.
It's the natural color of the poles are the aluminum, and the panels are black with diamond in white in between the cells.
Would you consider a dark anodized aluminum, or you don't want to paint that aluminum for sure, but considering the very handsomeness of the beautiful architecture, maybe an anodized dark aluminum would also be nice up there.
The frame of the panels is clear. No, they're the commercial.
Yeah.
They're clear aluminum frame.
I understand.
The black option is about 10 times more expensive.
Okay.
No.
All right.
We did look into that, but it's affordability issues.
Okay, we're in comments. So we try and limit the amount of back and forth that's going on. So anyone else with comments? Yes, Mr. Black.
Again, I'm in full support of the intentions of the solar panels and the benefits that they provide, but I would have preferred, if I could, to have seen this aerial with some simulation of where it's really not totally clear to me where these are going to go or what they're going to look like. And I don't know if there's any opportunities for, I realize we're not in the business of maybe screening these, but at the same time, I'm imagining myself walking up through the parking lot and up the pedestrian walk and then and even the driveway and looking up. And if there was any way that we could do some additional planting in the foreground, nothing that would inhibit, the ability of the solar's exposure. But I don't know. I just, for me, I don't have enough information looking at this. And if our purview is to judge projects based on, the aesthetics, I would question that. I mean, just in terms of the opportunities to provide some visual separation from the people that are walking up to the bowl and then these panels, because they're going to be very visible otherwise. And I guess one has to decide whether or not that's a positive experience or not. So, if nobody's said anything about whether, and I'm not saying planting trees necessarily that would inhibit the viability of the panels, but at the same time, I mean, if there was screening such that it could protect the views of the panels from the pedestrians experiencing, the bowl, because this is essentially the gateway up to the bowl. So, not to mention what impact it's going to have on the neighbors. I don't know. So, I would have liked to have seen, some photo sims personally, but maybe that's asking too much.
Okay, I understand.
My comments.
Well, I again would disagree and repeat what I've been saying, is that I don't think this is a matter of saying we're trying to hide these. I think that this is a great place to exhibit the intentions of the bowl to provide 100% of their electric usage and to put it out there for people to see as an example. And so trying to hide it, I question that idea.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I disagree. I think, going up that walkway in some areas is a beautiful nature walk. And why do I have to be confronted with, they're great. Yeah, they're a great idea, but why do I have to be confronted by a mechanical, man-made built thing when I'm walking through a garden? I think there's a place, but we don't have to celebrate it everywhere.
Okay, well, I like the discussion. It's great. And we're going to continue to see more of these, but it sounds like we're really, here getting our words in as a courtesy. Hopefully the county design review board also gets a crack at this as well. And they might hear some of our comments and have some additional insight as well. So I think we could probably round this out. I don't know that we need a motion or anything.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I would really like to resonate with Mr. Black's comment on not enough visual information to make a reasonable evaluation aesthetically. And I think that should be resonated and handed off to the county design review.
Yes, I agree. Yes. So go ahead, Mr. Witt.
Yes, I would reiterate that. I could not understand the proposal at all for such a significant project, which is commendable, but the proponents need to go back and work with staff perhaps on to how to better make a proposal that is accessible by others. Clearly it was to you. None of us got the idea of what the proposal was, despite our best efforts through this meeting. And yes, this will benefit you if you go on to other review boards, but I cannot support this particular proposal just because I don't understand it at all.
Understand. Okay.
Mr. Russell, do we need a motion of any sort, or is it just a list of comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No motion is required, so just a list of comments.
Okay.
I believe that is all.
Great. So that is all of our comments. So we can close this item. Thank you very much to the applicant and good luck in your future process.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Can we take a 2-minute break, please? some of us are back. Yeah. All right, Mr. Russell, I think we can get going again.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we'll reconvene our meeting and move on to item number 3. And this is 1812 San Pasqual Street. It's a continued item here for final approval. It's a proposal for 4 new residential units on a site developed with a duplex using the AUD program. Project entails retaining the existing 1-story duplex and constructing a new 2-story structure containing 4 2-bedroom units. Unit sizes range from 947 to 1,040 square feet with an average size of 985 square feet. The proposed density on this 11,580 square foot lot is 23 dwelling units per acre on a site with a general land use designation of medium high density residential, which allows 15 to 27 dwelling units per acre. 4 new parking spaces are proposed as a part of this project. Final approval is requested and project requires compliance with the plans granted PDA on May 17th of last year. We have our applicant here with us. We do. Welcome back.
Thank you very much, Chair Moore.
And if we could have our motion up from the last go around, please. Okay, so continued indefinitely. This was an in-progress review. And comments were, board appreciates applicant's attention to detail, resolving the concerns regarding the exterior and at the rear of the parcel. The majority of the board feeling this project can return for final approval. Provide further development of the materials of the trash enclosure. Consider all wood construction, potentially a wood header to enhance the design. The back of the bike locker shall be screened with a wall that is similar in materiality as the trash enclosure. And lastly, the applicant shall provide a final landscape design that fully screens the trash enclosure, provides screening of the mechanical or electrical equipment locations, and the landscape design shall encompass the entire site. Okay. If you could walk us through those comments.
Sure. My name is Noah Greer. I'm the architect here with On Design Architects. Since the in-progress approval on the September 7th, really no significant design changes were made. I will walk you through the changes that were made. If we can start with the PDF page 13 site plan. The project really has changed, but almost not at all on the site plan. It's still a 4-unit split level project. They each have 1-car garage. The new structure there on the right, of course, behind the single-story duplex on that's closer to the street. In general sense, we designed the project to avoid a large 2-story mass. That's why it has this sort of more varied layout. And then also to protect the outdoor living spaces from the freeway noise. Okay, since we were last before your board, we've added energy compliance, solar, accessibility plan, stormwater/civil, structural, and electrical. Thankfully, none of those really required changes to structural or really even landscape. That had all been coordinated before the last hearing. So if we can zoom in on the trash enclosure, which is at the street side of the plan there, next to the existing structure. We did redesign the trash enclosure per your comments. It has now changed to an all wood structure. Before it had some stucco elements. And we also reoriented it sort of completely. Before we had all the trash cans pushed in an enclosure right up against the sidewalk. And then I had stuffed the bike enclosures behind that. One of the board's comments was to ensure that we screened the bike enclosure where it was visible previously. Now, however, what we've done is provided this different layout where we're actually able to provide some landscape planters in front of that trash enclosure. Well, substantial landscape in the front yard setback, but then also a few landscape pockets in front of that landscape enclosure. And then the bike enclosures are essentially tucked in right behind that enclosure. And then they have a wooden fence on the right there on the plan as well. So I can give you a little more detail if we go to the details sheet, please, A93. Probably easiest just to flip through, so I'll tell you the page number in just a moment. Great, thank you very much. Zooming in on detail 11. So here you can see that the structure has been redesigned, and you can see the planters labeled to either side of the walkway to enter the enclosure, which does have to be accessible. And then the bike enclosure is located to the right there and enclosed with another portion of wood-sided fencing. And then if you'll scroll up to detail 12, please. Here you can see it's really a simple 1x6 redwood enclosure, 5 feet tall. We did include the arched gateway, which reflects the gates that are proposed at the new structure. Okay, the landscape plan has been updated accordingly as well. If we can flip to the last page of the PDF. I think we flipped PDFs here from the plan set to a previous exhibit. Great, the last page will be the planting plan. There we go. If we can, I'm sorry, that was it. If we can zoom in at the trash enclosure at the street side of the parcel. Thank you. And so we have some privet hedges in those planting, those planters in front of the trash enclosure. One of your board's comments was to ensure we screened all the equipment as well as the trash and bike enclosures. We do have a backflow preventer located just to the left of that trash area. And in front of that, we have a variety of plants to screen it that include privet, sage, and hawthorn. Please jump to page 14, the floor plans. Again, very little changed in the plans, but we did receive some comments from neighbors, primarily concerning density and parking. Nothing has changed about that in this project since PDA or since one of the initial submittals. The project does comply with the city codes. They really are intended to promote density with this 1 space per unit requirement. And we're not asking for any special approvals or modifications with the project. Okay, page 25 of the PDF for the elevations, please. Because really so little changed in the project since PDA, and especially since the in-progress review with your board, I wasn't planning to walk through the entire set. I certainly can, but a couple points to touch on for the architecture is that it really was designed with this varied massing to reflect some of the eclectic cottagey characteristics that I enjoyed walking around this neighborhood. And of course, just to break up the mass of a single 2-story block of building. There have been no changes to colors, materials, or really any of the primary architectural details since your board last reviewed the project. So that said, I'm happy to walk through the set in more detail, look at photos again if your board would like, or answer any questions.
Okay, sorry, my headphones turned off for a second there. Okay, well, let's open public comment then for this project. Anybody in the audience would like to make a comment regarding this project? You can follow the instructions on screen.
All right. Thank you, Chair Moore and board members. So At this time, I can see several members of the public in attendance. If you would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and I will call on you. While we wait, I can go ahead and confirm that we did receive written correspondence from Bob Conway and Vince Simonson, which was distributed to the board before this meeting. So it still doesn't look like there's any hands raised, so I'll turn it over back to you, Chair Moore.
Okay, thank you. And we'll close public comment and go to questions. Who has questions? Vice Chair Six.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Greer, I noticed on your window details that that both the windows and door are recessed, which is nice. So you have a crisp edge, a metal edge, or are you intending those to be bull-nosed or in a crisp 90-degree edge?
Vice Chair Six, yes, with a stucco, a 90-degree stucco edge with, supported behind with the corner bead, but ideally not with the corner bead not visible. So no visible trim at the corner to be.
So they'll be crisper than a bullnose.
Correct.
Yeah. Are your lights? Are your windows true divided lights? It doesn't read that way. It doesn't mention it in your window schedule.
They are not true divided lights. There will be lights that are applied to the exterior surface of the glass.
Okay, so there will be.
Oh, there will be mullions. Excuse me.
There will be exterior applied mullions.
Yes.
Okay. And the walkway material, we might have passed this way before, but the pedestrian walkway down between the building and the drive, what material was that?
Vice Chair Six, that's generally concrete.
Concrete?
And there are places where it crosses the driveway.
Mm-hmm.
And there it would carry a color. Let's see what we identified it in the keynotes. Differentiated path of travel.
Just a color, concrete color change?
Yeah, the intention was sort of a tan, yes, essentially that there's a tanned treatment to the concrete at the walkways, just where it crosses the driveways.
Okay. And then it's just so minor, but it bugs me that the bike locker is sticking out further than the face of your trash wood screens on both sides. Was there a reason for that?
The reason for that, yes. Ideally, it would not do that. I justified it to myself because we'll have plantings there to help hide that. It's because we cannot swing our door. Our door has to swing out from the trash enclosure, and we can't swing it so far that it obstructs the path of travel there.
Okay. And then I guess it's more of a comment, but it seems the common light fixture, I really like the light fixture for the main entries, the bell-shaped down light, but I'm concerned that these, the other fixtures on the front elevation here, beside the garage, et cetera, are clear glass. No, is that correct? Can we go to that sheet where the cut sheets are?
Yes. Vice Chair Six, that.
We're stuck here. Why?
Bear with me a moment. I wonder if we didn't lose the specifications for the lighting, which we had at our last submittal.
There was a cut sheet somewhere.
That's what I believe.
Is it electrical?
Maybe. Thank you for bearing with me one moment. Yes, thank you very much. Page 34 of the
There you
PDF. Thank
go.
you. Yes. Yes, Vice Chair Six, it is a seated glass sconce that's proposed at that location, and it's one of the lights where it's in recessed LED bulbs that then, I can't recall if this one shines up or shines down. I believe it shines down from within the upper body of the sconce.
We're talking in number 1, right?
Correct.
And so you're not professionally concerned that this is a glary white light?
When we specified it, it was done so specifically and as a non-glaring night sky compliant light.
Okay. I'll take your word on that one. Those are my questions.
Okay. Anyone else?
A quick question.
Yes, go ahead.
Could we go back to probably the landscape plan would be the best. And then zoom into the new building. Preferably the garage on the 2 garage spaces on the right side. My only question was just, have you studied, the travel path of a vehicle to get into that garage?
Thank you, Board Member Dunn. Yes, we did, and there were discussions with transportation at the time where we applied a turning template to it to confirm that garage provides sufficient room to both, enter, talking about the rightmost garage, enter, and then exit with, of course, backing up and then making the point turn.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? No? Okay, let's go to comments, please.
I will make a motion. I think I appreciate this applicant's diligence in bringing us along on this project and the clear presentation and responding to our comments. And I would therefore move for final approval as submitted.
I agree with Mr. Six with what the applicant has done, and I heartily second his motion.
Okay, it's a hearty second. Okay, any discussion? No. Okay, well, let's take our vote.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and start with Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Anderson,
Yes.
Board Member Block,
Yes.
Board Member Noon,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
and Board Member Whalen.
Oh, you're muted, Mr. Whalen.
A hearty yes.
All right, thank you. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question, please?
Yes.
I'm having a little bit of a technical problem with my video.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Okay. Because I get a pop-up that said the host has turned off my video. So let me try it again.
There you go.
Thank you.
Can see you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I feel a lot more confident now.
Me too.
Okay, so we can move on to item number 4, which is 208 Cottage Grove Avenue. This is a continued item here for concept review. And this is a proposal for a 3-story, 6-unit residential building using the AUD program. The project entails construction of 6 new 2-bedroom units ranging in size between 835 and 948 square feet, with an average unit size of 894 square feet. The proposed density on this 4,821 square foot lot is 54 dwelling units per acre on a parcel with a general plan land use designation of commercial / high density residential in the priority housing overlay, which allows between 37 and 63 dwelling units per acre. The proposal includes 6 covered parking spaces and demolition of the existing residential unit and accessory structures. No final appeal decision will be made at this hearing. The project requires compliance with the compatibility findings and was last reviewed on November 1st of last year. If we could have the motion up from the last meeting before we jump in. Okay. Let's scroll down a little bit more. Get the whole motion on the screen. Okay. So restudy the style and design of the building to be inspired by the project located at 825 De La Vina Street, which includes a combination of plaster, wood siding, asphalt roofs, some traditional detailing of the column caps and railings. This design would be more successful than the proposed full-on traditional Spanish colonial style. Number 2, every effort should be made to find languages in the 825 De La Vina Street example, which reduces the apparent mass bulk and scale of the project. Number 3, study the front elevation to reduce the massing from the street. Number 4, study reduction of the finished floor heights. Okay. All right, we have our applicant prepared to join us. There we go. Welcome back. You could introduce yourself and take us through your project.
Thank you, Chair Moore and board members. So I'd like to start with page 6 of the PDF, which is a little bit more detailed neighborhood context. And also I've included up on the top right there an image of the 825 De La Vina, which we were asked to use for inspiration. And if you could go in tighter to that image at the top right, the drawing at the top right of the page, please. So just some things to note. Yeah, the board was certainly correct in pointing out that there is a nice combination of plaster with wood surfaces. But I'd also like to point out that there's other similarities to our project. That this 3-story mass, which is prominent to the street, is 30 feet wide, whereas ours is 18 feet wide. And that it's also taller. The floor-to-floor heights are taller. The overall massing of the building is quite a bit taller. I think almost 4 feet taller. And the 4th story mass, which is a very large mass if you look at it from the side, is just a few inches below the maximum building height. And the stairwell goes above that maximum building height there on the right-hand side. So in terms of massing, this project is, in my view, much more impactful than ours, and I'll demonstrate that in just a moment. So, and the just below that drawing is an aerial view, which I just like to point out a few of the neighboring properties that weren't really looked at very carefully or at all last time. If you could go in a little bit tighter to that aerial view. Yes, that's great, thanks. So the red, the site in red, of course, is our site. At the bottom of the aerial view, the largest site there, kind of orthogonal shape there, that's El Zoco, which is also 3-story development. And we have 2 views of that. 1 block away there down at along Gutierrez, number 3, that was a recently built project, which actually you can see on the screen right now, which has both 1 and 2 story elements that are inches off the sidewalk. And we have nothing close to that on our project. And on the El Zoco project, if you just scroll down a bit on this sheet, please. Yeah, there's the 2 views of El Zoco, in which there's a 3-story wall, almost it's about 2/3 of the length of the street frontage on 2 sides, that is 6 feet off of the sidewalk, and 2-story elements, or 1 story with a trellis that is right on the sidewalk. And so there's actually kind of a pattern of development like this in the neighborhood for recently built projects in which there's very little planter space between the sidewalk and the new construction. So you can scroll back up. But this one at El Zoco is in particularly glaring because of the 3-story that's 6 feet off. We have nothing like that. Our nearest 3-story element is 9.5 feet off. And we have planters in front. But also, I just wanted to point out that on number 5 there, just to the east of our site, is one property away from our site to the east is a multifamily development in which there is also a 2-story element right adjacent to the street. And then number 1 there, which is just a few steps away, also has 2-story faces right at the sidewalk, and also has Spanish tile, 2-piece mission Spanish tile, which our project does and did originally. And I just want to point out that there are 2 projects, existing houses, multifamily, and 1 commercial and 1 multifamily that are within 50 feet of our project that have 2-piece mission tile. And when I went back to the owner, because that was one of the recommendations that was made, was to switch to asphalt roof, the owner was adamantly against that. And so we've kept the Spanish tile. And I just wanted to point out that it is part of the neighborhood character already. And then also, if you just go around the corner, you can stay on this picture, but just walking the corner from De La Vina to Gutierrez there, you don't have to go all the way over to Chapala. The number 2 image there, you're looking towards Chapala, and what do you see? If we go, if you scroll up to the left, yes. So there's the 2 buildings that you see looking towards Chapala on Gutierrez. That again is, maybe 60, 70 feet away from our project. This is what you see. Very traditional Spanish style buildings, and also 2-story elements right at the sidewalk. And then as long as we're here, just to mention that also directly across the street is image just below that, number 4, yes, in which you have, what is that, a 16-foot high wall, 12 inches off the sidewalk. And then adjacent to the left of that, which I've already mentioned, is that multifamily, which is 2 doors away, more recently built, that also is, very imposing right to the sidewalk there with 2 stories. So we could back up, if you will, to the PDF number 2, which is the floor plan. If you go down to the right-hand side of the page there, the second floor plan on the bottom right, where it faces the street. So this is really defines the composition of our street frontage, where we have a 1-story element there, which is labeled on this second floor plan. If you could scroll down just a tiny bit so you can see the labeling of the second floor. There, thank you. This is the second floor. So the first floor entry is a 1-story element, 25 feet wide, which has a planter as a roof. And that planter is 7 foot deep. On the right-hand side is a 3-story stair element, which used to be 9 foot 3 inches from the sidewalk, and we've moved it back another 3 foot 3 inches. So we pushed that element back. We were able to do that without disrupting other floor plan elements. And then our other 3-story element is on the left-hand side, this 19-foot wide, which is the garage door element, which has a bay in it. But then there's the middle section, which is the other 3 element, which is set back over 25 feet from the sidewalk. So this was really part of the original composition, was to get a varied layering of 1, 2, and 3-story elements broken up and not imposing to the street, set back as far as we were able to get it in relation to the street. And now we've pushed it back even further. So I feel like we've really, that issue has really been addressed. So now if we could go to the elevations, which is the next sheet, A3, you can see what that front elevation looks like and the revisions that we made there. So we backed away from the hardcore Spanish colonial style and have introduced some more cottagey elements. If you could focusing on the bottom right there, which is the street elevation, going a little bit tighter so we can see it a little clearer. Thank you. So we added some board and bat elements as mentioned. And we also reduced the height, overall height by 15 inches. We went to some flat roofs in some areas, which you'll see on the side elevations. And you can see at the 3rd floor, or the 4th floor rather, which is really just a roof deck access. We went to a flat roof also to bring the height element down. And by the way, that 4th floor element from the street, you will not see at all from the street because it's at least 40 feet back from the nearest building element at the front. And we also added this new surround at the entry with a little sheet metal roof, which we're picking up on the green sheet metal that's on El Zoco. Although they used it as siding there, here we're using it as roofing. And then we changed the color of the build because there are some, not just El Zoco, but other, you could say varied colors in the neighborhood in terms of finishes. So that's the front elevation. And you can back away and we can look at the 2 side elevations, where you can see again how we combined board elements with plaster elements, and then opened up, as was suggested in one of the comments on the bottom left there, particularly on that west elevation, but we did it on this as well. We, instead of flat parapets at the roof, we opened up to wood guardrail elements. Very simple, but typical to this style. What else? I think that pretty much covers the changes that we made since the last review. So I'm going to call that the end of our presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Your question.
All right, before we get to questions, we have to open for public comment. If there's any member of the public in our audience that would like to make a comment regarding this project, you can follow the instructions on the screen.
All right, thank you, Chair Moore and board members. So I can see several members of the public in attendance. If you would like to speak on this item, please click the raise hand icon and I will call on you. While we wait, I can go ahead and confirm that we did not receive any written correspondence for this item. And I still don't see any hands raised, so I'll turn it over back to you, Chair Moore.
Okay, thank you. We'll close public comment and go to questions. Who would like to start? No questions.
I would like to see our comments again from the last meeting. Could I review those?
Okay.
Mr. Chair, while he's doing that,
Go ahead.
Just one simple question to Mr. Gradine. Did you lower the floor heights or?
No.
Okay.
And right now we have 12'4" from the garage entry level to the first floor. And that's really a minimum to get clearances that we need on a platform construction of this type, which is also identical to the 825 De La Vina project. And then we have 10 feet floor to floor, first to second, and 10 feet floor to floor, first to third, or second to third. Whereas the 825 project has 10'4", I didn't see how, on a project this size, what that allows us is to have a 9-foot ceiling in most of those very small, 800 square foot, 900 square foot units.
Great.
That having the additional foot in height really helps those small spaces to feel a little bit more spacious. And I didn't see how we were really, how that was really going to make a substantial difference in relation to the neighbors.
Okay, I support that. One of the things that I kind of like to see is a little bit of attempt to minimize the spaghetti and inside raw structure of the garage from the street. Can you walk through kind of the mouth of your garage from the street? You have for instance, you have soffits. Is it deep? Do we see, will it be a roll down gate? Can you kind of walk through that?
Sure. Well, we don't need to go plan, but if you look on the site plan, you'll see that the sidewall at the entrance, actually you need to go to the site plan, which is the first sheet, to see what I'm talking about there. Yeah. So if you go in close to the site plan, right at the garage entrance there, so it will have the appearance of a thickened wall, like I think it's a 16-inch square on the left-hand side there. So it's from an angle, it'll appear columnar, and then identical on the right-hand side. So the soffit above, that arch above, will be 16 inches deep, and so will the walls on either side. So it has that appearance of mass.
Yeah.
And then there's no plan for a gates. There's really no room to put gates.
Okay.
And so it will but you also won't be looking at the cars from the street, right?
Yeah. It's way deep. I get it. Is there the potential to soffit the ceiling at least back to the back end of the trash, or even back to the back end of the bikes, in order to finish that up before you hit the raw spaghetti ceiling of the raw parking?
Well, we could look at that. We could make that attempt as we go into construction drawings to see if we could soffit that area. That's a nice idea.
Okay, enough said. Thanks. Those are my questions.
Anyone else? Mr. Whalen.
Yes, on that same topic, Mr. Gradine, what is the finished floor elevation of the garage as opposed to the walkway?
It's roughly, well, we're required as a flood control measure. We're required to have the main level of the garage and the lobby be approximately 2 feet above the street level. So the sidewalk level is roughly 6 inches above the street level. So we're probably 1.5 feet or so above the sidewalk at the garage level.
So the area that was just under discussion by member 6 is in effect a ramp.
Yes, and it's indicated on the elevation as well, but there would be a maximum slope because of the fact that we've got our trash located inside there. There's a slope requirement of a 1/4 inch per foot, and we'd be meeting that requirement.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
I'm sorry, I'm still confused. The ramp would be going down or going up?
Goes up from the street. Yeah.
I get it. So your handicap can go into the lobby, but
Yeah.
yet you have steps going down from the lobby to the street.
Mhm. Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Right, there's a 4-foot wide handicap accessible walkway from the sidewalk into the garage area, which is also where the handicap parking is inside the parking garage, and that's where the back entrance would be. So that would be the handicap entrance in the back.
Okay, I'm sorry, but my questions are leaking out as they go. Can you go through, there seems to be a Poche differential on the, what would that be? The right-hand side ground floor against the property line to the east? Is that?
Yeah, yes. So this is.
Does that show up on the elevations?
Well, I'm going to make sure I understand the question. Could you repeat?
There's 3 openings there, or differentiated patterning of the coloring of the wall. Some of it's black solid, and other is a dotted stripe of some sort.
Could we closer to the drawing, please, so we can understand what Vice Chair 6 is referring
Maybe
to?
if we go, let's just go to the east elevation. Okay, I got you. So these are openings.
Yeah.
And they'll look right into the garage.
Yes. Oh, I see what you're talking about now. Yes. So
don't you have to have a, go ahead.
You're talking about along the parking garage.
Yeah, on the east elevation.
So it occurs on both sides actually. So to achieve the ventilation requirements at the garage, we were required to have openings of a certain percentage of the wall of the garage open to the air. So what we're showing there would be a board formed concrete wall for the portion between the columns, which would be would appear to be fencing because it would have a board texture to it, vertical board, and then the columns in between. But that fencing is, or quote unquote wall/fencing is, I think we're showing it at 6 feet. So with that which is above it remaining open.
Okay, I get you. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
Just a comment about Mr. Graydon's last point there about that being open. That certainly isn't going to keep people out of the garage. And living in a downtown situation similar, we really are careful to keep people out of the garage.
Okay. Well, we may need a grill of some sort, perhaps. I'm not sure. It's a good point. We haven't really gotten that far, but yeah, it's a good point. But we do need the open air. Otherwise, we will have to mechanically draw air in to that garage.
I get that point.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Questions? No. Okay, so if we could go to the site plan just quickly. So on the east elevation, you're up against the property line, pretty much from 5 feet from the sidewalk to, is that about, looks like 4 feet to the
Mhm.
rear corner?
Yes.
And then on the west side, you've got a little break at the front, looks like 9 feet, and then a little run of
9.5,
wall,
yeah.
and then it sets back 3 feet.
Yes.
Okay. And that eastern side has the openings in the garage, a little variation in the ground
Both
floor
east,
facade.
both east and west have it. And actually there's a bit on the north side as well.
Okay. Okay, and you've already vetted the garage opening and the depth of the recess with transportation?
It has been reviewed by transportation, yes. Mhm, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Those were my questions. Any other additional questions before we move on to comments? Nope. Okay, let's go to comments. Mr. Olson, go ahead.
I commend the applicant for following many of the suggestions that we made concerning the elevations of this building. I think it was a difficult task that we set him up to. And given the nature of the neighborhood, which I'm quite familiar with, I think he's done a really very good job of that. And I think the project is ready for project design approval.
Okay. Mr. Russell, remind us, is this a non-appealable action review or is it?
Yes, today's agenda states that it is a non-appealable decision, unfortunately.
Which it's a big surprise to me because along for the last 2 months where we've been waiting to get on an agenda, I had every assumption that this was going to be, we could get PDA today. So this was not until an hour or two before the meeting started that I was told that this was a second concept review. So I don't understand why that is. And but I'd like to that your comments to be addressed as though
okay,
whether
thank
or
you.
not it's ready.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Green. Thank you. If you could mute yourself and that way we can get through our comments, please. Thank you.
A question. Did the staff just say that we could not approve the project for the PDA?
Correct. It's not agendized for anything other than comments today.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair Six, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think that the movement toward responding and backing down from the full-on Spanish is very good. I think the blend of the vertical siding and the taking out of the high Spanish is, I think it's very workable. I think it's ready for PDA. Before I was very strong about having it more neutral. I can still see a little movement that would make me happier in regards to, for instance, taking the arch out of the driveway opening, taking the corbels off of the openings along the side, and perhaps even going with a light gray as opposed to the warm Spanishy Pueblo color would be something that I would recommend in order to see this more of that kind of that neutral architecture. But I think it's ready for PDA with those comments.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Oh,
with comments?
excuse me, sorry. And I do support this idea of the grillage. I know that there's breathability that has to be considered. And I think because the neighbors will be so affected, again, the spaghetti on the parking lot, the parking ceiling is needs to be taken care of because it will be very apparent from the neighbors.
Okay. Who's next? Mr. Whalen.
Sure. I appreciate the subtle changes in massing because it seems like less than the design of the building, that is the style of the building, is this mass that sits between two very small, discrete houses. I think the application of elements from the De La Vina project have not been that successful. And I thought the previous design was far more commendable than this one. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else want to add? Mr. Anderson, go ahead.
Sure. I also appreciate studying the massing and reducing the distance to the sidewalk or the staircase and flattening the roof on the roof, the elements on the roof. But I am struggling with the application of board and bat on this structure. At the last meeting, we discussed having a transitional piece of architecture, and I'm not sure combining two different styles is what we meant. And so I don't think it's a successful style at the moment.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Noon, anything to add?
I don't know that I can add anything. I mean, I liked the previous design. I thought the applicant came in at that time with some of these appropriate attempts to scale down the perceived massing of the building. I'm not saying I'm against this one, but because he did make an effort, but I do agree with Board Member Anderson a little bit that it does seem a little confusing to the style now. I'm sorry, I'm struggling to get a put somebody together that gives the applicant direction. I guess I'm in favor of the previous design still at this point. And I will add the comments about the grills and the security for the openings, that would probably require something also being added at the main opening that I don't believe is there currently. So I would disagree with that, with those comments.
Okay. All right. Well, my own comments are, I think, where the project is located and the intent of the AUD ordinance and the priority housing overlay is to encourage the density that this project is showing. And with the density comes, a certain amount of massing that you just, being a downtown location, we have to accept. And I don't personally think there's anything wrong with that. I agree that the current aesthetics of the building, while fine, I think there could be some refinement to remove some of a little bit of the confusion between the two styles. And maybe it just comes down to the color of the plaster and some of the colors that are kind of clashing with the two styles. So that'd be something to study moving forwards. All right, any other comments? And would somebody like to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, before we go, I think
Mhm.
I can sense the frustration of the architect on this. And I think that, I really believe that we shouldn't go back to the full-on Spanish, that it's inappropriate for the neighborhood. But I would reiterate the idea of, taking a little bit more of that Spanish, the corbels, I can see this easily being, I have no problem with the commission tile, but some of the arches, maybe the corbelling in the woodwork and so forth, strip it down a little bit further. So it takes, and the color will be enough to make this harmonious architecture and very successful, I think.
Okay. Would somebody like to craft a motion?
So I will.
Great.
In order to help this along, I think that the changes that have been made thus far in the style, well, let's back up. That they, given the new directives of housing, that the mass, bulk, and scale of this project is appropriate to the site. It is understood that the floor-to-floor heights are acceptable and appropriate for the size of spaces and livability of the interiors. Number 3, the architecture next item, the board appreciates the subtle manipulation and pullback of the front stairway and the variations in the front elevation to relieve the massing from the street. Number 4, that it's suggested that the architecture is not quite harmonious with the different elements, and suggests that the more of the Spanish references, such as corbels, archways, and other Spanish-like details, and the warm color of the body be restudied to make it a more neutral architecture. And neutral is a tough word, to bring the style of the building into a more harmonious. I think, and I think I resonate with Mr. Noon about why secure the side openings of the garage when you can't secure the front. So I will not say anything about the grills. Oh, and number 3, that given the proximity of the neighbors to view into this, given the neighbors will be viewing into the parking structure, that the architect shall make every effort to make a handsome ceiling in the parking lot, in the parking structure, and in the throat to the parking structure from the street.
Okay.
I think I've said everything.
All right.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Olson. Any discussion?
I don't think you moved it to do anything. Do you move it to
Oh,
go to PDA?
no, we can't. We can't
Well,
do
not-
TPF.
I know, but two PD, like, can you
Next one.
say we would move this to come
It's
back?
ready.
Yeah, we can say indefinite continuance back to the board for preliminary design approval.
Well, I would suggest, sorry.
Yeah.
I would suggest that we recommend that the project in general is ready for project design approval. Because
Right.
we may not be aware of other planning reviews that are required, all that other stuff. So
Right. So I would add to my motion that the board feels that the project is ready for project design approval.
Second approves.
okay,
Is,
shall we read that back? Sorry, Mr. Green, we can't agendize things. We can't say 2-week continuance. That's
no, I understand, but I had another question if it's appropriate to ask
okay. Quick one.
before the vote, and that is, it sounded like there were several board members who preferred the original design, which I also prefer. And as long as we did the same thing with the height elements and the massing, I would much prefer to go back to the original design. We were following the direction of the previous board, which
Okay,
pushed us
okay.
this way. Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
I think
The maker of the motion, we don't necessarily need to do that. This
No,
is your
I-
motion.
I-
This is your
it's-
motion.
it's my understanding if there are those board members who feel that the previous full-on Spanish was appropriate for this neighborhood, they would vote negative on my motion. That's how they would express themselves.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, shall we read that motion back, please?
Yes, so the motion was to continue the project indefinitely with the following comments. Number one, with the changes made in the style thus far, given the new directives of housing, the mass, bulk, and scale of the project is appropriate to the site. Number two, it is understood that the floor-to-floor heights are acceptable and appropriate to the size of the spacing. Number three, the board appreciates the subtle manipulation and pullback of the front stairway and the variations in the front elevation that relieve massing from the street. Number four, it is suggested that the architecture is not quite harmonious with the different elements, and the board suggests that more Spanish references are included, such as corbels, arches.
No, less Spanish. Not more, less Spanish references.
Okay, so I have the board suggest that less Spanish references such as corbels, arches, and other Spanish-like details, and the warm color are restudied in order to make the architecture more neutral and make the style more harmonious.
Yes, that's fine.
Number five, given the proximity of the neighbors, the architect shall make an effort to provide a handsome ceiling in the parking structure and in the throat of the parking structure to the street. And number six, in general, the board finds that the project is ready for project design approval.
Yes. Sounds good.
Agreed with the second.
Okay, if that's all of our discussion, let's take our vote, please.
Just a point in discussion here.
Mm-hmm.
For the benefit of the architect. What this motion hinges on is you didn't go far enough in changing the stylistic change. And it ended up somewhere uncomfortably in between the two. We may have misled you by saying the previous design was better. That doesn't mean that we're going back. It means that a more fully rendered, fully embraced architectural expression is what the board is after. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's take a vote.
All right, I'll start with Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Anderson,
Yes.
Board Member Block,
Yes.
Board Member Noon,
No.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
and Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
All right, thank you. The motion carries.
Chair Moore, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
So I hope we have not confused the applicant here. And I'm saying that what I heard what Mr. Whalen said, and I'm not quite sure that I felt like in the end that gave a good direction to the architect, because I believe what we've said here is that we like his current presentation of the architectural presentation of the building. And we expect that the next version at the PDA will be quite similar to this one. I just want to make sure that the other board members are not in disagreement with that.
Okay. I think it's understood.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, everyone.
And yeah, thank you. All right, moving on to our last item. If we could. Which is item number 5, which is 331 Rancheria Street. This is a new item for concept review, and this is a proposal for a 1,674 square foot second unit with a 506 square foot garage and a 380 square foot carport. The proposal includes demolition of existing one-car garage. Property has an existing 880 square foot residence that will remain, and modification is requested for relief from the open yard standards. Comments only. Project requires staff hearing and officer review. Project requires compliance with compatibility findings and the urban design guidelines. Okay. Unless staff has anything to add before we jump in, let's have an applicant introduce himself and take note of the 15-minute timer, which unfortunately is not on the screen.
Well, it's 6 o'clock. I'll start at 6, so I'll make sure
Perfect.
I stay on.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Oh, sorry, go. My name is Sean Lynch. I'm with Evoke Design Studio. This is actually a resident my wife and myself own, and so part of this project is a new single-family home in the rear, which we plan on moving into. So the location is 331 Rancheria. If you want to zoom into the vicinity map, you can kind of see where it is. It's just a block off of City College and Pershing Park. It's pretty dense neighborhood, workforce housing, very eclectic style. Some Spanish, some single level flat roof, some contemporary, and I'll kind of get to that when I get through the presentation. So what we're looking at doing is proposing, I'm just getting to the building information here. So a new single family house. Right now there's an 880 square foot house. It's located mainly on the front portion of the lot. It's not an ideal location, hence we needing a modification, and I'll get into why that is needed. Part of this is going to be removing a single car garage to get access to the rear of the lot. The house will be just over 1,500 square feet. It's 2 stories. So there's a 2-car garage and a 2-car carport below, with a single bedroom on the ground floor and then 2 bedrooms upstairs. So part of that too will just be site improvements, removing the ribbon concrete driveway that goes up to the lot. The house is from the 30s, so the house is in decent shape, so there's no work proposed at this time. So go through. So I just wanted to give a little bit of neighborhood context. If you look at the middle kind of image here, you can see our lot. It's right between 1 and 3. You kind of see the little yellow locator. There's a communal garden right next to the lot next to us as well. So if we want to just start at 1, the property just to the north of us, this is this little single family house. I think it's built at the same time as our existing house. very similar detailing. So I assume these were all sort of built at the same time. If you go just page down, image down, you can see that's the rear of the lot. It's actually a duplex. So there's a single family house in the front and a small one in the rear. Across the street, if you look, it would be directly middle right. It's just kind of like a little Spanish single level flat roof. Then behind our lot is the middle at the center bottom. And then this is just the rear of our lot. And then just down, you can see there's kind of like a bottom left is sort of a Dutch colonial adobe. I actually looked into this. This had been moved at some point in the 50s from another location. And then in the top middle, Acme Architects did an AUD project, contemporary project. And then, sorry, just right directly next to us, so there's another Spanish house on the top right there. So if you want to go to the next page. So this is some of the context that we're kind of drawing on. We're going a little bit more contemporary in terms of materiality, but more formal, traditional massing of it. So as I mentioned, Rancheria right across the street, there's the modern one, the top left. These are just some more contextual. We're going to be proposing some corrugated siding. So you can kind of see this is down on Celso Puedes by the Calvary Chapel, the middle left. Bottom is the mill. This top right is actually on Montecito Street, probably, I think I have it 900 feet away. So there is context of this kind of barn, corrugated kind of language within this neighborhood. And then just up on San Pascual, kind of by Guadalajara Market, there is another kind of corrugated building that's actually been there since probably the early 20s. We had some contextual photos of that we found online. So we're just trying to show some context here. So next photo, or next page, please. Just some general inspiration imagery. So part of what we're doing, there's a big deodar cedar that we're trying to keep, and that's part of why we're having to do some modifications. We're trying to keep as much of the landscaping as possible. So this is just some contextual photos of sort of how we want these massings and elements to sort of look. So next page. And then here's our existing residence. You can tell it was like the neighboring one. So just little single story, 820 square feet. That middle image that you see, that's the existing garage looking, I guess it would be east at it. So that's going to be removed, and you can see down the driveway that right below it, that garage will be removed to have access to the rear of the lot, and then the apron and stuff like that. So next image, or next sheet. Here's just our rear yard. So our initial plan was to try to keep this canary palm, but if you can see that tree right behind it, during that last rain, that tree actually behind it fell and landed on our neighbor's trellis. So they actually had some concerns, and we actually have been working with Bill Spiewak. We don't have a formal report yet. We wanted to sort of start with you guys before we finalize the report with them. So this cedar, or this canary palm will have to be moved. You can tell it's at a very precarious angle. But this is the cedar that we're keeping, this deodar cedar. So it's about a 5-foot diameter at the bottom, completely healthy. Doesn't seem like there's any issues. We talked to Bill about the impacts of what we're doing, and we're really going to try to minimize it. But we want to obviously start with you guys and sort of get your massing and kind of overall blessing before we really kick loose everything. So next sheet. So here's the site plan. So on the right-hand side, you can see here's the site plan. So there's that existing cedar in the dark gray. There's that palm tree that we're going to need to remove. You can see that the existing single-family house isn't at the very front of the property, so it kind of makes it a tricky site in terms of getting our parking requirement. We aren't applying for any of the AUD projects or AD.
That's unfortunate. It looks like his webcam just went out into audio.
Oh, let's give him a moment. It says it's connecting.
Okay. I don't want to kick him and then have him not have the ability to come back into the meeting. Ellen, are you there? I want to ask a quick question.
I'm thinking, it looks like he just left. So he might, if we want to give it another minute, or if the chair would consider just a 3-minute.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to come back on now.
So.
Maybe by phone. That is him on the phone there. Would that be okay if he just went by phone?
It's fine by me.
Sure.
Be fine if we can get him connected.
Hi, Mr. Lynch. It looks like you're calling in, so you have the ability to unmute.
Okay, perfect. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, let's just finish this up by the on the phone. So
Okay,
that's fine.
perfect. Yeah, sorry, I'm my wife's computer shut down too. I'm not. It might be something in our office. So sorry. Anyway, so just to carry on, as you can kind of see, we're demoing out the single car garage with speakerphone. Sorry about that. Part of our proposal too is Rancho Ria is trying to widen their street. So you can see down by the street on the proposed plan, part of that is going to be to push this retaining wall. It actually was within the right of way. So a part of that is just a public right of way in widening. And then going through, you can see we're going to do a new concrete ribbon kind of driveway permeable with joints coming up the new side of the building. And then the idea of our property is to have permeable as much as possible. And it's one, just to try to keep the health of the cedar. So that's really our main goal. You can see within this 2-car garage, we're trying to minimize, I need to talk to a structural engineer still about how we can do it, but we're really trying to minimize the structural footings for the location near the cedar. So whether to eliminate the grade beams and cantilever corner, we're working with a couple engineers. We haven't had anyone aboard, but that's our next step. And then you can see the 2-car garage with their trash inside it, and then our 2-car carport. Part of our modification that we're needing is that we don't meet the 1,250 square feet of open yard. We have about 475 in the front. And then we actually had to encroach into the rear open yard to meet our maneuvering per transportation. So that's going to be part of what this modification is. So, and then as you can see, you just kind of come in, stairs up, and then just a single bedroom on the lower level. So if you want to go to the next sheet, please. This is just, you can kind of just go through these. These are just the elevations of the existing house. Yeah, you can go next. So here's our floor plan. So you can see here's our single car garage, the carport. Again, here's that first floor level. We want to really utilize these kind of storm drainage tanks, and I'll show you when we get to the material board as our stormwater management, and make it more of an architectural element than just sort of one of those plastic rain barrels that most people put in. So that'll be part of our design. Coming up, you just have your stairs up to the first level. And part of this, hopefully with the support for a modification, you guys, is part of what we're trying to do is we're opening up the second level. You can see we're having bifold doors that go into a patio that if we were able to account for that into our open yard, we would meet our open yard requirement. But this neighborhood is really dense. Our neighbors to the directly to page right of us, there's multiple families living in there, and on the rear as well, there's multiple families. So it's not a very nice ground floor experience. So we wanted to sort of raise this up and have, a nice big open indoor outdoor patio. And then part of this too is we're going to try to build around this cedar tree. So again, we need to talk to Bill further and then, structurally make sure it all works and get it reviewed. But part of it's sort of just building around this cedar. And then you can see at the top here, it's just, 3 and 12 slope throughout this roof. So you want to go to the elevations. Next sheet, please. So part of what we're doing is we want to keep with the same vernacular as the neighborhood context. So it's that 3 and 12 pitched roof. You know, it's more of a massing that's familiar with the area, but we wanted to do it a little bit more contemporary with a corrugated siding and a corrugated roof. So it's more of a contemporary finishes on it, but you know, more of a traditional massing. So you can kind of see the living space above the garage and the carport, and then really just more of a 2-story element off that rear of that lot there. And you can see our rain barrel there too. So you can see down in the section below that we meet all of our solar access requirements. So we're not encroaching or casting shadows to any of the neighbors. So next sheet, please. Again, just some more context. So this is sort of that cedar. This is actually the massing size of it. You know, here's looking towards the neighbors to the west. And then in also, we added the existing residence just to show context of, you know, it follows that same roof line and form. Again, just at the rear there, you can kind of see, sorry, the bottom elevation, the north elevation there, just that white corrugated. So we're going to go from a mix of white and kind of a darker kind of grayish color. And then the bottom will be concrete, and that'll be the garage wall. So next sheet. Just some sections to kind of show you the intent here, just to show again that it meets all these requirements. The play heights are 8 feet just due to our height limits, so we're not pushing on any you know, extended 9-10 foot play height, so we're keeping it pretty minimal and modest. Next sheet. Here's some of the detailing of sort of what we're thinking. So it's kind of, you know, these fins, kind of a fin box around some of the windows to give some shadow lines. And then the corrugated kind of eave details, the zero eave, just to keep it nice, clean, and contemporary. And then next, please. These are just some views to show you that, you know, from the street, you really don't see the structure. The bottom left is showing from the kind of private yard where that the palm tree was. And then this is that top one. It's just to give it an idea of sort of the context of sort of what we're trying to do with that cedar and keep it. Next. And then here's sort of our material. So the way I set these up, the bottom is the swatch. The middle is the vertical application for the walls. And then the top is the roof application. So you can kind of see we're doing this gray, the white, and then you can see this kind of corrugated rain barrel we want to use, aluminum clad windows and doors, kind of the board form panel, concrete. And then, you know, we really, like I mentioned, we want to try to keep with the permeability of the site. So we're trying to just keep as much, as minimal impact that we can to the cedar, and then so just some wire mesh context. So sorry for being disconnected there, but that completes my presentation.
Great, thank you. Let's open public comment for this item. If there's anybody in the public that would like to speak regarding this project, you can follow the instructions on screen.
All right, thank you, Chair Moore and board members. So if any member of the public would like to speak on this item, please click on the raised hand icon and I will go ahead and call on you. All right, so I can see that Jay Lee has raised their hand. Please accept the unmute request and you will have 2 minutes to speak. All right, Jay Lee, you should be unmuted, so please go ahead. Yeah, I'm not sure. So they should be unmuted, but it looks like they might be having technical difficulties. So maybe we can come back to them.
Yeah, is there a way to kind of monitor them, or?
We can reopen up public comment again, Mr. Chair. If that's something you'd like to do. We can also, if I can lower her hand, so if Jay Lee is listening, if we lower your hand and you raise it back up again, that will indicate to us to keep trying. Sometimes you do get people that raise their hand without intending to do so. So if you wish to speak, please raise your hand again. Okay, yes. It does look like she wishes to speak, so.
Right now, it looks like Jay Lee's unmuted, but we're just not hearing anything. So could you try, like, if you haven't said anything, could you try to say something? Yeah, we're just not hearing anything. I'm not sure if we'll be able to figure this out, Mr. Chair. It's not clear to us what the issue is.
Okay. Okay, that's frustrating. Okay, well, let's, if there's a way to monitor that or reach out to her via a direct message through Zoom.
Mr. Chair, I could put up the quick way I'm thinking, if it would only take a little bit of time, is just to have her email the ABR secretary really quick, and I can put that email up on screen if she wants to do so. He or she. Where is that? So Jay Lee, if you wish to submit an email request, you can do it that way, and we might be able to distribute it.
Can you highlight that address for them? That way. There we go.
I would also suggest exiting the meeting and rejoining, and then we can potentially open up public comment again. So,
okay,
a couple ways.
Let's try that.
Okay.
Let's try that. If you could monitor that, we can move on with our questions and always
sure
come
thing.
back.
I'll let you know.
Okay. Is there any other public comment at this time?
Thank you, Chair Moore. So I don't see any other hands raised, and we didn't receive any written correspondence. So I'll turn it back to you.
Okay. We will close.
Mr. Chair, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
She just joined in rather quickly, so I'd rather just do it now. Let's
yeah,
see.
if we can.
Let's see. Jay Lee, it looks like you're muted on your end, and try saying something. Still having some difficulty. So maybe try to get that email in, and we can maybe distribute it as quickly as we can.
Yeah. Alternately, can she call in?
Yes, let's throw up that. There's not a number that you could call in. Is there for a Zoom meeting? I don't believe there is. You can try via phone number.
It should be at on the very first page of the agenda,
Right.
Along with the link.
It's right underneath the link, the phone number.
Give her a sec to he or she to take that down.
Jill, can you highlight that? It's just to make it easier.
I don't have. I guess I could.
Oh, sorry.
I think that. There we go. Cool. Let's I think she's gotten that down. So let's continue reviewing the plans.
Okay, let's move on to, we're gonna close public comment for now, but we will come back if this member of the public is able to reach us. Okay, so who would like to start with questions? Mr. Whalen?
Sure, I have one question. It appears that the carport has permeable paving. Could Mr. Lynch describe the decking materials and methods of construction?
Yeah, So the concept of this is just to have more of kind of like an inspiration image of just more of a permeable, structural. We want to try to minimize the compacting and everything around it. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to minimize the compacting. So the point of keeping it as a permeable paver is just to try to allow for as much water and everything for the cedar essentially. So again, this is conceptual. So we have provided a detail on one of our sheets, our site plan, but I guess what specifically are you requesting information for?
I'm not talking at all about the paving. I would like a description of the second floor decking, the outdoor decking that surrounds the tree.
Yeah. So that'll just be open decking. So the idea would be open decking, so it's not waterproofed below. So the idea is just to let any kind of water through, and then just capture anything on the edge, and then go down to that, as you can kind of see through that carport and that elevation here, capture as much of the rainwater as possible.
So you may not have progressed this far, but when you say open decking, can you describe the materials and the construction of it at this point?
This is conceptual, so we're just trying to get overall massing idea for you. Decking wise, we'd probably use an Ipe or something similar. I can have that absolutely next level of design review, but at this point, it's just open decking at this point.
Right, whatever that is. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Vice Chair Six, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Sean Lynch, can you go over exactly the nature of the exceptions to the open yard rule that you're requesting? And does that have to go to the staff hearing officer?
Perfect. Yeah, if you want to go to the site plan, and that should be on PDF page 8. So per the code, we need 1,250 square feet of open yard requirement with a minimum of 20 by 20. So due to, a lot of this location of this foundation of this structure, we're trying to keep as much of a kind of a space between the existing structure and the new one. So we have, I think, just over 8 feet. And so what drove the reduction in this open yard is the need for our back out. And obviously, if that cedar was gone, we would have a more back out area to be able to maneuver out and do I think it's a kind of 3-point turnout. So part of that, where that covered entry is, that doesn't meet the 20 feet width. We have it in the 25, east to west direction, but not north to south. So part of that is just, our open yard we have right now is 955 square feet, and we required 1,250. So we are just about 300 square feet under the required area, which we are trying to make up for in that second level.
So that overlap there that I can't read, the number 8 feet is what you're lacking there, correct?
Exactly. It's that and a little bit more. We would need, if that was a perfect 20 by 20. Oh yeah.
And then there's no exceptions that need to be granted on the front yard, open yard?
No, we're out of the front yard setback. So the open yard area works as long as it's out of the front yard setback. So this area meets it, yeah.
So do you need to go to the staff hearing officer on this?
Yes, yeah. So we'll need a modification for the open yard, and we will. Okay. So today we're looking for positive comments, and then this will be routed to the staff hearing officer for their determination.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Olson, go ahead.
Yes, could we return to the pictures, the neighborhood pictures? I'd like to focus on the neighbors within, let's say, 300 feet or less.
Yeah, there, that should be back. One last sheet, I believe. There you go. So all these neighbors are within, I would say, 300 feet.
Okay. Thank you. And do you know a neighbor that would be close to the name Jay Lee? And if you did, if one of these units was hers?
Yeah, so that would be Jacqueline, I believe, and that's the neighbor who our tree fell onto their fence and their trellis. So that, if you're looking at the bottom left or bottom right kind of perspective aerial, it's the Spanish one to the top. You can see the top right, that's the front unit, is a duplex. So there's a front unit and a back unit. So if you go to that bottom right photo, you can see the front unit, and then there's a 2-car garage, then they have a 2-car garage, and then they have a back unit. Yeah, exactly, right there. So they're almost mirrored. So it's a front unit, a garage, and a back unit. So I believe she owns the back unit, and there's tenants in there now who when that rainstorm happened, we replaced some of their umbrella and some stuff that broke when that tree fell on it.
Thank you. That's all my questions for now, anyway.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, so as a part of the open yard discussion, so the open yard requirement does two things. It is there to try and provide enough space for an outdoor use, and then number two, it's also there to try and limit to a certain extent the amount of development that happens on the site. So which leads to my question, did you study some alternate configurations on the ground floor that would allow you to be able to comply?
I studied multiple options. We did one option where that ground floor kind of bedroom was actually where the open yard was, and the open yard is where that unit is. We got close, but we didn't meet that requirement. But what that did is when you're on Rancheria and you're looking down the driveway, it looks a lot more dense as you see a structure right away. Right now you look down and you still just see open yard. So we did study multiple options. Part of this is through working with our planner is, well, if you do an AUD project, there's no problem. You only have to provide 2 parking spaces and you can do exactly what you want. So, but part of what we want to do, we want to keep our original density. So we don't want to apply for any of these programs. We just want to do our base density allowance.
And that's less than the base density for an AUD project?
So if we did an AUD project, you could do 4 units. You could also only do 2 parking spaces. The open yard is only a minimum of 10 feet,
okay, so,
I believe, on the ground.
Sorry,
yeah.
I'm gonna stop you there. So the question was, could you do 2 units as an AUD project? Is that less than the base density required?
The base density for this lot is 2 units.
Under
you
the
can do 4 with AUD. No, sorry. Go ahead.
So again, the question is, in the AUD program, there's a base density requirement as well. Does 2 units work?
Okay. I believe it does.
Okay. So
we didn't fully explore.
Okay. Well, I'd suggest doing that unless you're really interested in having the parking, which I understand is nice. Can we zoom in into the upper left corner? So a little further, so we can see those dimensions.
Oh, okay.
So you're 4 feet, you're less than that. You're 2 feet off of meeting that requirement of an open yard in minimum dimensions. Is that right?
To meet the minimum dimension, yes, but we are under in the overall square footage by about 250.
250 square feet. Okay. All right, so in order to comply, you'd have to reduce your footprint by 250-ish square feet, or convince transportation to give you some landscape buffer around the maneuvering.
It was a battle just to get to this location. Even though we have over 26, they weren't really interested in kind of working any further than what the exact template called out for. So these meet the exact templates without having to reduce really any of the turnout back out area. So that really has driven sort of reduction of this open yard and on this kind of rear portion of the lot, and then up front, that whole front yard will be for that front unit. So that's sort of where we landed.
Okay. And then Mr. Olson was sort of hinting at the, I guess, the style question. How does the style of the existing house relate to what you're proposing, as well as in material, in massing, in detailing?
So in terms of massing, I think overall, if you want to go to the elevations, Will, that'd be great. That's on, start on page 11 of the PDF. We've tried to keep with the same roof pitch and kind of the same form and massing of the neighborhood. If you look at it, the images of our neighbor directly where Jay Lee lives, it's very similar massing in terms of 2 stories, 3 and 12 pitch roof. So we're really just trying to keep with the same, roof massing. It kind of looks, like separate houses. And again, that neighbor directly on the other side where there's 2 separate houses as well has similar separations as well. In terms of materiality, this is a departure from that, just because we wanted to do something a little bit more contemporary. We'd be interested in this kind of that back portion, that 2-story solid mass of doing, it could be stucco to match, the existing front house. But we wanted to depart from that a little because there is context for pretty contemporary houses on the street. So that's something that we're hoping that you guys can support, just because, we want to do something different. This will be our house that we live in. This is, our design. So we're hoping to do something a little bit more contemporary. And part of also why we couldn't fully adhere to the open yard is if we were to meet that open yard requirement on the ground floor and reduce the footprint, we couldn't get a functional bedroom downstairs. So for us to build a 2-bedroom house, with construction costs at this point, it doesn't make sense for us. So we really need 3 bedrooms, one to just grow our family, and then also just functionally, it be a cost-effective resale value. So, but that is what we are departing from the stucco. That's essentially what we're doing.
Okay. Anyone else with questions? No. Mr. Russell, any word from?
Let's try again. I've unmuted you, Jay Lee, so you should be able to speak. You are unmuted.
Okay, this is Ellen Kokinda again. I'm going to ask Jay Lee to go down to their mute icon in the bottom left, and there's a little arrow notch right next to the microphone icon. And if you click it, and you can select a different microphone. So try selecting something other than the built-in microphone. That could be another option for you.
Hello?
Oh.
And can you test it out?
Can you hear?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Very faint.
I was using a plugin.
Can you speak a little bit louder? We think we have you, but
Okay, yes, I have been using a plug-in microphone because there's usually a feedback problem, but
okay, so I'm hearing you, but I had to turn my personal computer volume up to max volume. I just want to ask the chair and board members if they're able to do the same, and if you could just continue to say something so we could test it.
okay, hang on a second. Let me leave and rejoin the meeting.
No.
No, I think that we need to keep moving on this, and I
If you
think
can just
that-
move closer to your microphone or your computer or whatever,
Yeah,
and
just
really project your
do the
voice.
best you can. Yeah, do the best you can. We'll listen carefully.
So
Go ahead.
I'm the neighbor, and I would like to thank Mr. Lynch for considering to take out that palm tree, which is directed toward one of our units, because it's been an experience to have two trees come over in the last 30 years. So fortunately, there has been no structural damage. I was just taking interest in the finishes, which are notably like corrugated metal. Roofing and siding. So I don't know whether it's up to the board and certainly people's determination of their desires for construction and design. It just struck me as being the neighbor to consider more of the maybe traditional finishes, but it's just something I raised as a neighbor. And our approval was 30 years ago in the late 80s. So there can certainly be different constraints or requirements nowadays. It just came to me as of an interest to raise that as a neighbor. And in terms of a greater long-term longevity of the materials, some of the conventional finished materials might look good in a very long term. So it's just something I raised as a neighbor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm glad you could get through.
Thanks for sticking with it.
Yeah. Okay, so that's great. We can reclose the public input on this and go back to questions. Were there additional questions for the applicant? No? Okay, let's go to comments then. Mr. Olson.
Yes, I would like to do what I can to support this project. I think it's a creative attempt at making space for this family. I like all of the intentions. I only have one reservation at the moment, and that is neighborhood compatibility. I was very interested in what Jay Lee had to say about it, and I believe his objections were not about the structure, but about the materials. And so if there's not neighborhood opposition to this, I'm fully on board with future development of this idea and project.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Black, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd agree with Mr. Olson's assessment. The fact is, this proposal is tucked way behind, and you're not going to be able to see it from the street. It's not as if it was out on Rancheria, and so you'd be comparing neighborhood styles per se. So I think it's a very nice project, and I find it more than acceptable. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Anderson.
I also really like it, and I think that they can improve it by studying that the white piece has its own structure, and maybe tying in the fenestration for both levels to really give that piece of the structure more coherence, I guess.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, to the
Yes.
rest of the board members, I just wanted to remind you that this is going in front of the staff hearing officer. So if you could also comment on the aesthetic appropriateness of the open yard as well. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair Six. Go ahead.
I think my comment address just that, the modification requested. I don't mean, it looks persnickety to say, well, because you have only 4'8" or whatever, 200 square feet off or blah, blah, blah. But I resonate with what Mr. Chair Morris said, is that these standards for open yard are, to make the amount of development on these properties reasonable. And I feel very uncomfortable giving blessings to a modification that is frankly self-inflicted, and because of the size and nature of what's being developed here. And I think that even though it's in the back and so forth, I have concerns about the massing. And I would also like to see more studies of, when you look out these windows, what you're seeing of the neighbors, particularly on the opposite side, whatever the north side of this is. I'm uncomfortable, and I don't want to relax and give the staff hearing officer a blessing for a modification that's self-inflicted. And I think that, this gentleman can still have his contemporariness, but needs to have creative ways and maybe ways to introduce some of the materials of the existing house, maybe in, changing materials on the outside corner and, having the gable end to be stucco and the rest of them being metal, or some very contemporary way to introduce and marry the materials of the front house with the new house. Those are my comments.
Chairman Moore.
Yes, go ahead.
So I know you've encouraged interaction between members, so I'm going to see what happens here on that. I would say, Mr. Six, it seems like requests of this nature for modifications are always self-inflicted.
Usually, no, my understanding is a modification has to do with some unusual aspect of the property that would make a modification necessary.
That hasn't been
from unusual configuration. That's my understanding.
But that hasn't been my understanding in the past, but I might be wrong on that.
Okay.
Mr.
Noon?
Chair Moore, sorry about that. I think I had a couple, probably, I hate to say use negative comments as dissenting comments maybe. Initially I was going to talk about the compatibility in materials, but again, if there's no neighbor concern, I think it is found there elsewhere in, within a close distance to the house, so that I can support that. It does seem to me that it is slightly overdeveloped because of the modification that they're looking for. And I would agree with Vice Chair Six that it's maybe self-inflicted is the best way to state it, but it seems like there could be a little concession with the design to accommodate the intent of the open yard requirement.
Okay, thank you. And as a point of clarification, the caller is the neighbor and was questioning the materiality that was being proposed.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, well then I'll go back to that to maybe study the materiality.
Okay. Anyone else? Mr. Whalen, go ahead.
I will reiterate the comment about contextualism, and I think it should be more immediate contextual, as I believe a couple of members mentioned. For after all, it's the neighbors that are going to look upon this, and if the owner wants a more modern expression or contemporary expression, perhaps those should be used in the spaces that are more private, or that they alone will come into contact with. I think the massing is appropriate. The reiteration of the other buildings pitches is just right. My second point, which I'm surprised nobody else has mentioned, so maybe I'm way off on this. I feel very badly for that tree. That tree is a sentinel of the neighborhood. It is enormous. I'm wondering if it's part of the city's inventory of historic trees. And it seems to me that the house ignores the tree completely. It just kind of parks itself up against it without any consideration of what that relationship of the tree to the house is. On the ground floor, it's a carport. On the second floor, there's a deck that just barely allows for it to cut out around it. It also occurs to me that this is being on largely the north side of the house, that deck is going to be shaded, perhaps cold. We all know how clammy Santa Barbara can be even on a sunny day in the shade. And the droppings from the tree on the deck and the house are something that I would encourage the proponent to seriously think about. Perhaps I'm calling for a redesign here, but the idea that the footings are going to carefully respect the tree, I feel bad for the fate of the tree. Thank you.
I'd like to hear Mr. Black's comment about that.
Well, I'd be happy to. Knowing Bill Spiewak is a consulting arborist the way I do, Bill's attitude has always been trees come first. So if you can get Bill Spiewak to sign off on the design of the house as it impacts the tree, then that would be good enough for me, to be honest, because I've worked with him for years and I just know that he's very protective of trees like this.
Thank you. That's a very good suggestion.
Okay. Okay, my own comments are, I'm sympathetic to the applicant. I understand the desire to have an opportunity to express some design and have some creativity, have your own home as a canvas to express your creativity and all that. I am struggling with being able to make the findings or to be able to make the project compatibility analysis in that, if we were to move forward and get to the point where we are doing a PDA, it would be very difficult to go down that list and say how the project complies with that, especially in light of the fact that the house at the front is not being modified to be more sympathetic to the proposal. So there's that. And then I have some concerns about I think another board member brought this up, that just the neighbor to neighbor privacy aspect. It seems like that deck will be looking, if you kind of come around that tree, and that seems like that deck is going to be looking directly down into the neighbor's small backyard. So I think applicant should take that into consideration. How would you modulate and provide privacy between yourself and the neighbor, and then the neighbor and yourself? I don't really have a good sense of where windows are on the neighboring parcel. So when you return, that's always helpful for us to have a better grasp of the situation. And then lastly, there was a project on San Pasqual, maybe a few blocks, maybe more than a few blocks up, that came through the board last year and was proposing something very modern on the back, and not within the context of the neighborhood, and not even within the context of the existing main house that it was next to. And the board asked that applicant to restudy that design and figure out a way to make it a little bit more compatible through materiality. They were able to keep some of the more modern massing, I believe, but ultimately found a way to get to what they wanted, and in our eyes, allow us to be able to make the compatibility analysis. So those are my comments.
Would I possibly be able to say a couple comments, just a clarification in terms of moving forward?
A couple of, if you have questions, yes.
Yeah, one question, just because we'll be going to staff hearing officers. I just want to let you guys understand of how we got there, and then that way, when you make your determination, it's clear, and we have an understanding of how to move this project forward. So part of this is when we bought it, the plan had an AUD project proposal attached to it. Scrape the yard down, put a 4-unit in. We didn't want to do that. We wanted to keep the existing front house. A part of why we're needing this modification to the open yard is because we are keeping the cedar. So if we were able to remove this cedar and pull this driveway all the way to the property line, you can actually go 3 feet with it, or I guess that's not AUD, but you can pull it right to the property line. We would have our back out area. We would be right there for the open yard area. So what was driving our modification need was this keeping this existing tree. To touch on the deck looking on to the neighbors, Jay Lee, you can see if you look on the site plan, their 2-car garage, they're each deck. They have 3-foot property line setback. So they're 3 feet from our property line looking straight down into our backyard. This whole area is, you can kind of see on the page left here of the site plan, the outline of their structure, and that's their garage with the deck on top of it. So their deck is 3 feet off of the property line looking in our backyard, and it's not a 9-foot plate. It's probably a 10-foot plate. We're just looking, again, I'm happy to provide this information. So next time around, but I just wanted to let you know what drove this need for a modification. And we're happy to put a proposal forward too with the existing single family house to have it be a contemporary style. But again, we could talk about that later. So that's all I wanted to touch on.
Okay. All right. Well, here we are. Does somebody want to try and craft a motion? I mean, I guess we could start with just some discussion about the site plan in general. Are people or board members in support of the layout as is, and supporting the project request for a modification for the open yard area? Does anyone have strong feelings?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
As I explained in my comments, I do have a strong feeling on the request for a modification. I see that they're at their setbacks, and this tree, granted it's making a different configuration of the house, but I see that they're maxed out their setbacks regardless of the tree, except for that one area. So I don't get that the tree is a unique physical impediment to meeting their open yard requirements in a more traditional way.
Mm-hmm.
Chair Moore, did you mention that when you were asking the questions about the AED program, they don't need all 4 parking spaces, correct? They're just requesting all 4?
I don't believe they would in that scenario.
Oh, but because we're
Correct.
doing,
We would only go for 2.
yeah, and because there's 2 units, they each have 2 parking spaces now.
Yeah. So I mean, I think there's certainly alternatives that they can pursue that might give them some more flexibility.
I see.
But that's for them to determine and decide how they want to approach it.
Right.
Okay. Well, I'll take a crack at a motion. My motion would be for an indefinite continuance back to the full board with the following comments. Number 1, that the applicant shall restudy the site plan to allow for the appropriate open yard area for each unit, and to provide an arborist report regarding the tree and the manner in which the structure could be sited near the tree and the root structure. Number 3. Number 3, that the applicant shall study creating a more harmonious design incorporating the existing single-family residence, and restudy the materials to or restudy the materials and or show how the proposed materials are compatible with the adjacent neighbors and how the proposed materials would satisfy the compatibility analysis criteria. Number 4, that the applicant shall provide more information regarding the adjacent neighbor, window locations, outdoor living spaces, and show means to provide privacy between the 2 parcels. Let's see. That's my list. It's a short list.
I'll second that. Under discussion,
Mm-hmm.
Chair Moore, your motion doesn't allow the board to at least have a straw vote on whether they could support the open yard modification request.
Mm-hmm.
So your motion is saying no.
Mm-hmm.
We just want to make, do we want to give the rest of the board members an opportunity to say it doesn't matter to them, or shall we just, I'm ready to positively support your.
Well, I did ask if anybody wanted to talk about that some more. And there wasn't a whole lot of discussion, so I assume that
If they don't,
there wasn't.
they don't have support for that. Okay.
So
I want to clarify that for the rest of the board members.
yeah, I mean, I'm happy now that we're in discussion now. This is a vote that's coming up. So if any board members want to talk about it some more, this is the time.
I don't want to talk about more about that. So if nobody else does, I have another suggested addition to your motion.
Okay, let's hear it.
You may have asked for this, but I think that I would like to have the applicant gather as much information as he can from every contiguous neighbor. I think that would help us in the future.
What do you mean information?
Well, positive or negative comments about what his intentions are.
Well, that's up to the applicant if they want to do that.
That's right.
It can be helpful for sure if they do that.
I was just asking to put it in the motion.
Well, yeah, I think it's up to them. So I don't want to add that. Mr. Russell, you had something to add?
Yeah, just a clarification. You said indefinite continuance. We can continue this to show as well, but we can kind of leave that up to the applicant as well, which they prefer, an indefinite continuance to come back to ABR or an indefinite continuance to show.
Okay, so that's a question for the applicant. Do you want to come back to ABR or do you want to go as is to the staff hearing officer?
Can I follow up with Will on how to proceed? At this point, I just need some time to collect kind of all these comments and decide the most appropriate action. Or do I need it continued through you guys right now?
I think if we were to continue indefinite to show, I can't see a reason why we wouldn't be able to have you come back to ABR.
This is Ellen. I agree with that, Mr. Russell. I think if the applicant would have the option to come back to ABR, that might be the most flexible way to do it, to continue it indefinitely to the staff hearing officer.
Okay.
Okay, let's do that, please.
Okay. So let's amend that motion to say continue indefinitely to the staff hearing officer, and then with the following comments.
I'll second that revision.
Okay. Can we read that back, please?
Yes. So the motion is to continue the project indefinitely to the staff hearing officer with the following comments. Number one, the applicant shall restudy the site plan to allow for the appropriate open yard area for each unit. Number two, provide an arborist report regarding the tree and the manner in which the structure could be sited near the tree and the root structure. Number three, the applicant shall study creating a more harmonious design incorporating the existing single-family residence and restudy the materials and or show how the proposed materials are compatible with adjacent neighbors and how the proposed materials would satisfy the compatibility analysis criteria. And number four, the applicant shall provide more information regarding the adjacent neighbor window locations, their outdoor living spaces, and show means to provide privacy between the two parcels. And the motion was made by Moore and seconded by Six.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other discussion, additions? No? Okay, let's vote.
All right, I'll start with Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Anderson,
Yes.
Board Member Black, Board Member Black. I think you're muted.
Still muted. You're muted.
My
There you go.
apologies. Yes.
All right, thank you. Board Member New,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
and Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
All right, thank you. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you. We wish the best for this applicant, that they can get through that process quickly. Okay, so I believe that was our last item. Correct?
Thank you.
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so, all right, well, we can adjourn our meeting. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a good night.
Good night, everybody.